We're good to go? Great. Calling the April 13th Governing Board meeting. Gavel. Calling the Governing Board meeting April 13th to order. I'm Jay Steinley, and I hope our chairman, Chauncey Goss, gets here quickly because I'm certainly not as good at this as he is. We'll start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Bergeron, would you lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. It's nice to see you all here. Vice Chair Wagner is participating remotely. Mr. Martinez is not able to join us today. And again, Chair Goss will be here shortly. The lobby is buzzing with activity this morning. As you know, yesterday district staff held an open house where members of the public had an opportunity to meet with staff and hear about the latest science and accomplishments that are highlighted in the 2023 South Florida Environmental Report. The posters and booths are still set up, so if you weren't able to attend yesterday's open house, I encourage you to go during the lunch break so staff can share this great information with you. There's also a bake sale going on. There's some very tempting treats for sale, and you can pay by cash or Venmo. We're technologically advanced here. Proceeds go to the Employee Committee Fund to sponsor other events throughout the year. On the consent agenda is an item recognizing April as Water Conservation Month. Drew, I understand you'll speak to this in your executive director's report. Board members, please make sure to turn your microphone on and that you please speak into the mic so online attendees can hear you. If you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so we can make sure your comments are captured, and please try to get as close to the mic as possible. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use the raise hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page. Staff will assist you. If you're using a phone and like to comment, please press 9 to raise hand and 6 to unmute. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on a topic. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those who raised hands on Zoom. Continuing on, let's go to employee recognitions. Drew, can we proceed with that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Excellent ones here today. The first of all I would like to recognize our April 2023 Employee of the Month, which is Amy Peters, a Geography 4 Geospatial Services Information Technology Division. Now, Amy is our April Employee of the Month for her work with our vegetation management. She is in our geospatial services, so she brings the GIS technology and geospatial technology to improving our management of vegetation in the district, and she herself has fundamentally changed how we do it. I recall after Hurricane Ian, going with Leroy Rogers over to the drainage ways over in Lee County as we were going to help them with debris management. And there was Leroy with a tablet using pins and whatever he was using to identify where the debris was. That's Amy. That's Amy setting us up to figure out how to clear out that debris and track it. She's brought geospatial services and management to our Python removal program. So we've adopted a whole system to know where what we're doing with pythons. We developed it, and now FWC has adopted it. So it is an innovation out of the Water Management District with Amy's help. And then when you go out to our SFER tables and you see a poster out there on vegetation management in our conservation areas and the parks, you see Amy's work. You see where the vegetation was, where it is now, because she has brought that whole geospatial system to our veg management system, and it's bringing us to the forefront, and we really appreciate her efforts in that. She's a customer service person, like all of our IT folks. She is a great communicator, not only through maps, but also working with staff, and also she's fast, and we like fast as far as getting things done. She's an excellent April Employee of the Month. Thank you, Amy. Come up and get your picture. All right. Our April 2023 Team of the Month is one you might be familiar with. It's our year-round Irrigation Local Government Ordinance Initiative Team. That consists of Rosanes Colon, Jim Harmon, and Robert Wanderstraat. I got to brag about you first. Okay. So, you remember when this launched. It was in 2020, and this board said, you know what, we need to really get working on these irrigation ordinances and get our local governments to adopt them. So staff, go do that, right? And so this team, three-person team, but a mighty team, launched that initiative. We have 155 local governments in the South Florida Water Management District. which they needed to go and check to see whether they've done their job or not. And so they reviewed every single one of those ordinances, compared it with our expectations, and decided which ones needed to upgrade theirs or even adopt it outright. And that was 135 of those governments. And so we sent letters out to them and launched. And so all of them called. This team went through drafts of ordinances, edited them, suggested changes, went to commission and council meetings, talked to them about it. And if you've ever Jackie, you've been a local government official, you know adopting an ordinance is a big deal, right? And so they worked with these local governments to push these forward. They suggested incentives. This board adopted those incentives. That really worked to get these ordinances moving forward. It's been a ton of work making this happen. And this is the time to recognize them, not only because it's Water Conservation Month, but because we've reached 90% of our population covered by an ordinance in the South Florida Water Management District. And it's because of this team that it happened, and that's why they're April Team of the Month. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, is Dr. Ekpoji in? Has he made it? Dr. Ekpoji? All right, we have a 25-year service award that is also stuck in traffic with the chairman. I really want to brag about him, so we're going to put it off to the next meeting so I can do that, or maybe even the one after that since we're in Naples. So that's all I got for you today, Mr. Chair. All right, thank you.
Okay, Rosie, any changes to the agenda?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm going to poll the board members for abstentions, including Chair Wagner. Any particular order?
None.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron?
None.
Ms. Thurlow-Lipish?
None.
Charlotte?
None.
Cheryl?
None.
I have none.
No, Ben? And I have none. Mr. Martinez is not on, correct? Okay. Going to consider approval of the minutes for the March 9th, 2023 meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes for the March 9th meeting?
I'll move to approve, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Ms. Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Thurlow-Lipish?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm a yes. So that passes. And Drew, your executive director's report.
Thank you. Got a few things for you today. First of all, the open house yesterday was a huge success. The South Florida Environmental Report is one of our major achievements that we do every year. As you know, it's up to 3,000 pages of incredible science and incredible information that we post on the web, send to the governor. But when you put it on posters and you hold an event and you bring people together to talk about their work, it just brings it to life. And so the staff will be out at their posters during lunch if you want to take advantage of that. There's so much good information out there that is very exciting. And Mr. Bergeron, there's a whole scientific research effort on Water Conservation Area 2A that I definitely want you to see. All right. Some updates, the LOSUM. Last time I talked to you about the Corps was having a meeting the following week on LOSUM and the next steps on that. What they reported is that National Marine Fisheries has decided to do a biological opinion about lake releases. And so that biological opinion process will take more time to get done. And so now the new schedule for LOSUM is finishing up around December of 2023. Unfortunate that we don't have LOSUM for this rainy season, but I anticipate the Corps might use the flexibility of lures, much like they have the last 2 years, hopefully when managing this rainy season upcoming. But that's the new schedule for LOSUM. Regarding the C-43 project, the contractor did respond to our cure notice on March 29th. So district staff are currently reviewing the merits of their response, and a decision will be forthcoming on that, which I'll keep you posted on. As you recall, the governor signed another executive order and charged us with a number of things regarding expediting SERP. One of them is the northern storage north of Lake Okeechobee. And so, as we talked about, I think it was last meeting and the meeting before, the district has undertaken the planning process for above-ground storage north of Lake Okeechobee, which is another important component in all the storage components of SERP. And so we have taken that on as a 203 process, which is a similar process the district took on for the EAA reservoir. And I'm happy to report that that is launching on April 27th with a scoping meeting at the Indian River State College. There's going to be 2 sessions, one in the afternoon, one in the evening, with an open house beforehand so people can come and ask questions and get this thing rolling. I really want to thank Board Member Butler for his efforts in community outreach, keeping everybody posted on what's going on, along with Libby Pigman, because communication is key when doing these types of efforts. And I really also want to thank members of the Corps of Engineers, of course, Colonel Booth, Ava Velez, Tabitha Elkington, General Hibner, and folks at South Atlantic Division and Jacksonville, because we pressed hard to move this along quickly. We want to do it in partnership with the Corps. They jumped on board with that partnership and moved things faster than normal. And I really wanted to express my appreciation for getting us poised for this kickoff meeting with them. You have in front of you our vegetation management report. I know Mr. Steinley and a number of you have been asking about this. So we put one together. So it talks about our efforts to reduce herbicides, right, at the South Florida, our dependence on herbicides at the South Florida Water Management District. In 2020, we set a 20% in 5 years goal on reducing the use of and dependence on herbicides. It takes a lot of effort. You will see on this one of the best ways to reduce use of herbicides is not having exotics, getting to maintenance control. And what there's an example right in the middle of it on our Melaleuca eradication efforts on Lake Okeechobee that showed that as we got rid of the Melaleuca, our herbicide use went down close to 0, right, for the Melaleuca. We have those kind of efforts happening in Picayune Strand, the Loxahatchee Refuge. So the best way to reduce your use of it is to not have exotics. We're using lots of different technologies, which you can see on the right-hand side of this report on how to reduce our dependence, even as we're trying to get to maintenance control. And so we continue to track. This will be coming out annually, so you can see our progress on reducing our dependence on herbicides. The last thing I wanted to share with you and talk about is April being Water Conservation Month. So we've been doing this for 25 years in the state of Florida. They designated April as Water Conservation Month, and we've been adopting resolutions ever since because you know, as well as I, that water conservation is one of our tools, a very important tool to meeting the future demands in Florida. We are growing as people, right? People are coming to the state. What's the next slide, Rosie? All right, go back. We are going to the state. They are coming to the state in droves, but it's not raining more, right? So we still get an average about 55 inches of rain per year, and then most of it comes in half the year, and then we have to sort of wait out the other half of the year with what we have left over, and that's where conservation becomes key. And if you're in the Southwest coast in March, or almost anywhere in the state of, in South Florida in March, you knew how dry conditions manifest themselves, and that's when conservation is critically important. Next slide. So this is one way of measuring our conservation efforts, and this is gallons per persons per day per person, right, that is served by public water supplies. And you can see since 2005 that it came down, and then we've been trending a little bit down ever since through conservation efforts. A lot of this is due to like new construction. New construction does have water conservation efforts in it, and so you do see improvements with new developments. But the main use in this kind of figure for water is irrigation, right? Irrigating yards and lawns, green spaces, those types of things. And so a lot of our efforts are in how to optimize and improve irrigation use. So next slide. As you know, we just recognized a team as this district has been pushing forward on the irrigation ordinances, which do have an impact. You can see it in the data. They absolutely have an impact. But also, certainly, we want to encourage people to go above and beyond that irrigation ordinance, thinking about what they put in their yard. How much irrigation does that need? Can you set up your yard to where hand watering is available or drip irrigation is available? And for goodness sake, this week, if you are in the southeast coast, please have your irrigation system off, right? You've got enough water, and so monitor the weather. Make sure your irrigation system is off. These are the types of things we talk to people about, we push out on social media, we deliver in schools. Water conservation is critically important in South Florida. And I really appreciate your consideration, which I know won't be hard, of adopting this resolution declaring April as Water Conservation Month. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is my Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. We'll move on to our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. The comment period is general. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. And I appreciate everyone's help in running an efficient meeting. Public comment for consent items is item 11 on the agenda, and public comment for the one discussion item will be heard after that presentation. The public has an opportunity to provide written comments prior to the meeting. We did not receive any e-comment. Rosie, any general public comments?
We do, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Sue Miller, followed by Joan Schultz, and then Newton Cook.
Sue Miller, Alamorada. Water conservation needs to be the absolute heart and soul of a mission to ensure the sustainability of Florida's water supplies. Nowhere is the need more obvious right now than in the Florida Keys. In March, there were multiple catastrophic leaks in the main water pipeline serving the entire Keys. No water for hours, closing schools, offices, and restaurants. In an attempt to avoid more leaks, the amount of water coming south and the pressure will be reduced indefinitely. The 40-year-old pipeline is rusting away. They estimate it will take more than a decade to replace it, and it will cost over $1 billion. No funds have been saved up for this project. US 1 has just 2 lanes through Alamorada. The southbound lane will be trenched to lay the new pipeline. Can traffic get any worse? Will leaks continue as the pipe continues to deteriorate over the next decade? Alamorada regulations include water conservation restrictions as recommended by your organization, and we thank you for that. But we must do more. We need enforcement too. The aging water pipeline cannot handle the current demand. Our local governments, the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority and the state seem oblivious to the fact that more needs to be done. They need to curb the demand for water. As an area of critical state concern, we're unique. We do not have the infrastructure or land to continue growing. We're at a total build-out with an overstressed carrying capacity, and yet we watch the continuing expansion of homes and businesses being approved by local governments, and 1,300 new homes for the county were just awarded by the Florida legislature. The County Tourist Development Council reported there were almost 25 million visitor days spent in the Keys in 2022. The TDC collected well over $50 million last year to advertise to bring even more visitors to the Keys. There are just 80,000 residents needing to share the infrastructure when most days there are more tourists in the Keys than there are residents. No one seems interested in water conservation there. The worst of the guilty parties is the government agencies who are responsible for assuring our basic needs. South Florida Water Management District has the authority to declare a water shortage emergency within the Florida Keys. Perhaps the district can provide a strong reminder that it is critically urgent for our committee for our community to do all that we can to remedy the water situation before it becomes a true catastrophic crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Our next public commenter is Joan Schultz.
Good morning. Joan Scholes, longtime Isla Mirada resident. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today to ask for the district's help and leadership with the Aqueduct Authority, who has severely let the Florida Keys residents down. In March, there were 3 main breaks, which have depleted our reserve supply due to the project to replace 4 miles of transmission main. We still have the other remaining 126 miles that have to be done. So if this is happening with 4 miles, we can only guess what will happen with the rest. The aqueduct didn't reduce the capacity, and of course, as you could imagine, if a pipe is compromised, rust, deterioration, age, and the like, something has to give, and it did. 3 main breaks. We are still in a low-pressure conservation notice, and by the way, I think that we should always conserve, so I'll just go on the record to say that. But building tourism has not reduced and is currently over capacity. We need your help for a long-term plan. March 29th, the Free Press, we show that we had the water main break. This is a picture of what the water main break looked like. A commuter bus actually fell in one of the holes. If that was a school bus, it might have been catastrophic. Director Velez of the aqueduct reported that prior to COVID-19, the aqueduct was pumping 19 to 21 million gallons a day. Following COVID-19, the aqueduct has been pumping 23 to 26 million gallons a day. The demands on our system have continued to increase. We have known for some time that our transmission main that runs 130 miles from Florida City to Key West was in desperate need of replacing. We needed to do something before now, and I ask for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Next, we have Newton Cook, followed by Mike Nepper, and Mr. Nepper gave us a handout that I'll be passing out to each board member.
Thank you, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. I just want to say something about outside the door here. Yesterday I was here, and the people are just fantastic and incredible information there. And the most important thing, those people, amazing, these young people particularly that I spoke with, and the enthusiasm about the very difficult job that we have from Orlando to the Keys. There's some tremendous success stories. The Loxahatchee Refuge with the exotic vegetation that's there, and also the test sites for the phosphorus all over the EAA are showing pretty good results. Lake O, nothing good. 3 days, 25-mile-an-hour east winds. The lake is roiled. The lake is full of muck. We have a chloral suspension full of phosphorus. Next week, it's going to get sunshine and hot weather. It's going to be a green lake. We're set already. It's not even May for a disaster. And I hate to tell you where it would be if this was planned every year as per LOSUM, because that's basically what LOSUM does to the lake. It keeps it too high too long, and then you get any kind of windstorm, and you're in deep trouble. And where's that water going to go? Can't go south. WCAs are closed. Can't get on them. Too much water, flooded. Sunday, WCA 3 North was closed. No water. Didn't have enough water. Now they're closed. Too much water. And the lake water cannot go south. It's going to go east, and it's going to go west if we have any kind of a rainstorm the next month. LOSUM, 6 months. We've got 6 months to get it fixed. If we leave it like it is, the lake as you see it is never going to be the same, and it's going to get worse. We cannot keep that lake too high, too long, too often. Where was the 5 years that we had since Irma? We didn't get very long, we had Ian. We didn't get very long, we had yesterday, the last 3 days. When are we going to get 5 years? You never get 5 years. We have no SAV on the lake. You go out there and talk to the young lady, she'll show it to you. There is no SAV on the lake. The water is not clean. The water will not be cleaned until we get that lake with SAV. And that means a cleaner lake coming from the north, cleaning the water, which is a great presentation out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mike Nepper is our next public commenter, followed by Mark Perry, and then Reagan Eastman.
Hi, I hope everybody got my papers. The first paper is a slide from Mr. Glenn's presentation last month showing the A and B cells in STA3. He called all the light-colored green plants floating aquatic vegetation. I'm going to be more specific. They were water lettuce. Mr. Glenn was careful and he never called them invasive, and there's a good reason why, because they are not. Water lettuce is not an invasive plant. It is a native plant. It is in the fossil records, it's in the pollen records, and in the 1760s, Bartram documented these plants in Florida. I know both Drew and Lawrence know that these plants are native, and I hope one of you will ask him after my comments. Lawrence went on to say, and I quote, "You definitely do not want them. They block light coming down from the SAV, and when you get large accumulations like this, when you get a wind event, it's like a bulldozer going up against emergent plants." So these native plants' only crimes are that they block light and they bulldoze emergent plants. So for those two reasons, you guys sentence these plants to death by dumping thousands of gallons of poisons out of a helicopter, killing all the other plants along with the frogs, snakes, birds, fish, and insects. Water lettuce does shade water, but that is not a bad thing. The water temperature under floating plants can be 5 degrees lower, so it inhibits the growth of blue-green algae. There has been many studies that prove this theory. But when you spray these plants and then they rot and they sink to the bottom, they create lots of suspended particles and nutrients that do raise the temperature of the water, creating a better habitat for blue-green algae. Mr. Glenn's second allegation is that they bulldoze emergent plants. The truth is, emergent plants are plenty strong enough to protect themselves against this tiny floating plant. The next paper I gave you is a study done by the University of Florida in the St. Lucie River. They said many aquatic plants have been used to remove nutrients from eutrophic waters, but water lettuce proves superior to most other plants in the nutrient removal efficiency. The reason water lettuce is superior is because it does the following. Number one, all plants, aquatic and terrestrial, take up nutrients through their roots. So if the roots are dangling in the water, they can take out more nutrients. Number two, the floating plants move around, and that's good because they are able to move to different areas where they are constantly picking up more nutrients. Number three, the fact that they can propagate fast is also not a bad thing. Each plant can only take up so many nutrients, so the more plants that it makes, the more nutrients it can take out of the water. My next paper reveals another benefit of floating plants. They are really good about taking mercury out of the water. That's right, mercury. They found that after 30 days, the mercury-induced acute toxicity had been removed from the water. So the district built...
Mr. Nepper, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Mr. Chairman, can I please have a couple more minutes? I have some really important information here. Just 2 more minutes.
Mr. Nepper, we have your handout, and we're happy to provide, if you would like to provide written comment, that's fine. But we need to move on.
Morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. Just to kind of echo comments of the Executive Director, it was really good to attend yesterday's open house with the South Florida Environmental Report. Usually every year it's just kind of done and put on the shelf and goes to certain agencies, but that's it. And it was really great that the district put this on so that we could interact just like you would at a science symposium. You have the scientists standing next to their poster and you get to talk in detail about the different chapters, and chapter 8, chapter 5, those kind of things. So it was really, really good. LOSUM, it's unfortunate that it seems like the National Marine Fisheries and the NOAA was there right from the beginning in Clewiston at the very beginning PDT meetings on LOSUM. And I don't know why all of a sudden the last minute they have to have this consult done, but it certainly is delaying the process. It's encouraging to hear that the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan might include another storage component north of the lake. But basically, I wanted to talk also the discharges to the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. Caloosahatchee's been receiving a lot more than over the last 80 days. We have about 2,500 CFS going east and west. And this is the Corps' component to put the water out of the lake, so to get it back in the envelope for a lake, but also get it down to before June 1st and rainy season. Well, we're really not doing any good to the estuaries, especially going into spawning season, and especially exasperating the red tide on the situation in the West Coast. That 130 billion gallons should be going south, but as I have been talking about before, we don't seem to have the capacities to send it south. The STAs are not operable. We can't get it south, even though Water Conservation Area 3A is about a foot below its schedule. We need to rehydrate the Everglades. We need to get this water south instead of east and west. And I sent out a paper, that white paper that recently the Oceanographic did on STAs and the EAA particularly, and how we need to really look at, in that white paper as it does present solutions, there are a couple of options to be able to look at retention, detention of that water on those properties before it impacts our STAs, leaving some of that capacity for moving lake water south. I encourage you to look at that, and I would like also maybe permission to meet with some of the staff to talk about some of those options and see if we can get some action moving forward. Lastly, the TMDL BMAP process. As you know, the annual meetings for BMAP DEP held recently for Okeechobee and the 2 estuaries. They're not meeting the goals that we've set. 2013 example for St. Lucie Estuary, supposed to be completed by 28. They're kicking the can down the road by saying we're not going to meet it, so we're just going to extend it for another 5 years. That's not the way to do it. We really need to get in there, dig deep, and find out why the BMAPs are not working and not going to get our goal of achieving the TMDL by the given time frames on all 3 of those watersheds. So I encourage you to continue diligence on all these areas, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Reagan Eastman? is our next public commenter.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come over and speak to you. I'm just going to follow up what Mike Nepper was talking about, and this is the follow-up and the remainder of the comment he was indicating. So the district built the STAs, and you didn't put these plants there. So how did they get there? God put them there. All plants are made by God, so I would be real careful the next time you call one of these plants invasive or bad. The fact is, all of his plants do amazing things, and we should start learning what these plants do before we kill them. My next picture is the crested floating heart. It's on the printouts that he handed to you. While Lawrence was telling you how they were spending all of their time trying to figure out how to kill this plant, I was wondering what kind of nutrients does this plant take out of the water? Mr. Glenn, I suggest instead of spending your time trying to figure out how to kill these plants, you gather up a few, take them back to your lab, and run some tests to see what kind of nutrients this plant takes out of the water. I bet you will find it does something really amazing. And Mr. Glenn, please tell the commissioners what chemical you use to kill the plant. If it is what I think it is the most dangerous chemical that you use. On a side note, I'm a third-generation Floridian, and when I was a child, I would watch the barge come down with the harvester in pretty much my canal and a lot of my friends' canals. So this was a common sight in the 70s and 80s. So, of course, I'm a big proponent of harvesting, and I'm 100% in favor of Mr. Nepper's proposal to stop spraying chemicals in the STA 5 and 6, and to let Mother Nature bring back the STA back from the verge of collapse. The plants and STAs do remove the nutrients, but when you spray them, of course, we understand the cycle when it goes back down to the bottom. But I remember firsthand in the 70s and 80s, I don't know, I'm a person of a certain age. If any of you, I don't know, I'm a third-generation Floridian, so you can remember stretches and miles and miles and miles of water lettuce as far as you can see down the canals. Now, I know it stops a certain level of boats going down the canals, but I can remember every dragonfly. And another thing I saw this morning was a beetle. You know, you used to see a proliferation of beetles, and one last thing, you could hear the birds. Again, I'm a person of a certain age, and when you'd walk out, you don't hear that anymore. So as a Floridian, just something to keep in mind as we have our younger people coming to move into the state. They're not going to know what it used to sound like and smell like. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Eastman. Moving now to our virtual participants, we're going to start with Mike Elfenbein. Mr. Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning, Rosie. Good morning, Governing Board. Drew, Mike Elfenbein, Executive Director of the Cypress Chapter of the Isaac Walton League of America. I want to take an opportunity to thank the board, the staff, and Drew for paying attention and looking into new ways to solve some of our chronic problems. And to the previous speaker's points, I think that the board and staff are doing an amazing job looking for solutions to the problems that they're discussing. And I look forward to moving these initiatives in the right direction. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you all and make sure that people understood that you all are actually working really hard to solve these problems. And it's hard from the outside looking in to understand the level of complexity that you all have to go through to achieve these monumental goals. But I think you're doing a great job. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, and I appreciate all of your hard work. So looking forward to the rest of this meeting, and keep up the great work, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Our next public commenter is Nyla Pipes. Ms. Pipes, you're recognized to speak.
Everyone, I just wanted to start off this morning by commending everybody for the hard work put into the South Florida Environmental Report. I know that the open house yesterday was a really good event. I'm so sorry that I couldn't make it. But to that point, I do believe that it is such an important report that I just wanted to go on record as requesting that we do a workshop on it in the very near future. I think that the general public could really benefit from that. Looking forward to seeing what you guys have in store for us the rest of this meeting, and I miss seeing you all in person.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands.
Thank you, Rosie, and thanks to the everybody who gave comment. We'll move on to board comment and start with Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Steinley. Thanks, sir. To begin with, one of the comments, I want to thank Matt Pierce yesterday. Matt went on Fox and Friends yesterday morning talking about the drought we've been experiencing, the lack of rain for a couple months. And Ronnie, I know, so we'll blame Matt on all the rain that you got yesterday. We'll blame it on Matt. So yeah, if you ever need rain, call Matt Pierce. He'll go on Fox and Friends and make it happen. But no, it's been a welcome relief to have that rain. Things are getting serious in the northern basin. I mean, it's folks are out of grass, and it's causing some issues that we're going to feel for a long term within the agricultural industry. Also, I want to take a little opportunity here to thank Newton. I got to join in on the RAC Rec meeting they had hosted there at the end of March, and thank Newton for his service to helping to facilitate that meeting. You know, we've heard it, but man, what a great meeting. If you want to know what's going on around the district, go to that meeting. There are some great presentations and then some of the recreation features that staff talk about. It's a very informational meeting, as well as an opportunity to learn how our users are working with the system and what can be done to help improve the system. I want to give a shout out to the Okeechobee Field Station crew. We had, when was it? It was, what day did it go down? Oh, it went down Speckled Perch weekend. Okeechobee has a Speckled Perch Festival, and we had S-193 locks went down, gate went down, just kind of a freak mechanical failure. And actually it's something that I've never experienced. They didn't have the parts in stock, had to put a rush order on parts, and wound up, they got that repair done much sooner than expected. Parts took 2 weeks to get in, but crew jumped right out there. They had divers in the water, having to actually lift the gate and everything. But that is important because kind of Easter weekend is kind of the end of the northern visitor season, and they were able to get 2 more weekends because they got the repair done in a timely manner. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the Okeechobee Field Station crew for jumping in there. Rich, your crew did a good job. Appreciate their work. I mean, I wrote down some notes here. How many boats? That first weekend they got it going, it allowed 34 vessels to go through. And then from April 1st through Easter weekend, that picked up what I would call an additional 168 vessels that got to go onto Lake Okeechobee back and forth to Taylor Creek. So that was wouldn't have been done if the field station crew wouldn't have got that done. General Hibner was in town. He made the rounds, and I want to appreciate the general, Brigadier General, stopping by and looking at C-38 South, discussing ASR. He had brief time, but as I've learned, the Army term bluff. Bottom line up front. We got to the bottom line up front and had some good discussions, and I think wound up on the same page. So it was a good. Glad Hibner could be here. Open house yesterday. Wonderful. I love the posters. I mean, it's and love the interaction. Getting to visit with staff. That was kudos to the entire team that puts that entire booklet together. That's I forget how many pages is that thing. Almost 3,000 pages, and it's chock full of information of what's going on in our entire system, and there's a lot to be gleaned. Christian, with his new ways of presenting information, in terms of looking at some water quality sample sites, what a great visual. I appreciate, we got LOCAR. We now have a new acronym. LOCAR, Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir. So I appreciate the Corps signing off and letting the district take the lead. And hopefully we can get this thing, keep this thing moving forward. We'll see. We'll see how planning goes and look forward to that kickoff here at the end of the month in Okeechobee and virtual option. So looking forward to that. In preparation for LOCAR, I just wanted to go kind of look at some other features that the district's done. So I want to thank Bruce Chester and Libby. Took their time. We went and toured the C-44 Reservoir, 10 Mile Creek. We went to C-23-24 STA site, and we rode the entire C-23-24 all the way up. Yeah. We started at the bottom end of C-23 Canal and rode all the way up to Carter's Grocery. Carter's Grocery. So I appreciate them taking that time. It helps my understanding when talking these big reservoir features and what we're looking at north of the lake. Because I mean, we're still learning some stuff. We're still learning how to stack water on top of the ground and keep it in there. But I'm encouraged with some of the stuff that the Corps and the district are working on there. That was the notes I had. So the only other thing I want to say, Mike, I hear you. It is a tightrope dealing with these floating aquatic plants. And I understand, it is extremely difficult between dealing with that balance between, well, you got navigation, but more importantly, these plants dying, settling in the deal. And we now have systems that don't flush the muck out like they used to. And, it's something that I encourage staff to continue to keep on. And I appreciate what we're doing on the herbicide reduction strategies. But let's keep looking at ways that we can find that balance between having that floating vegetation and then also adapting a canal-type system to the natural environment, so and making it sustainable without all the issues. So I'll leave it with that.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Ms. Meads, it's great to have you back.
Thank you. So I wanted to start with a thank you to everyone. I'm going to weep. I got flowers, cards, letters. So sweet, and I want you to know that it mattered. It made all the difference in the world. I'm grateful. And now I want to talk to you about water supply planning. So one of our works that we do, of course, is water supply planning. And in order to meet that growing demand and to make people aware of where we are and where we're going, and that's why we talk so much about conservation of water, because as Drew said earlier, people are moving to Florida, and that's just not going to stop. Not only are people moving to Florida, tourism is the lifeblood of so many communities, and I haven't kept up with the numbers, but for years I did, and I knew that on any given year, either Monroe County, the Florida Keys, or Orlando were the leaders in tourism dollars and number of people and feet on the ground and people who came to have their vacations. And I've had a lot of people reaching out to me recently because we have people from Islamorada and the Keys here today that got up at 3 o'clock this morning and drove in order to speak to you for 3 minutes. I think it's important that you know what they're going through and how they feel about what their life is going to be like for possibly for the next 10 years. Our staff humbles me every single day. I have a degree in science, and I used to be oh so proud of myself, not anymore. This staff, they are super scientists. They make complicated things look simple. There could be so much chaos going on in South Florida were it not for the organizational skills, the knowledge, the technical knowledge, the leadership of this staff and this governing board and our governor. So I have asked someone I know who has reached out to me and has talked to me a great deal about what's happening in Monroe County. I have asked Captain Ed, would you come up to the microphone, please? So I've known Captain Ed for a while. I really met him as a stakeholder to this group, and he lives in Monroe County and has for many years. He is a 12-year active duty. He's an engineer first. He's a 12-year active duty Vietnam service veteran. He flew over 200 combat missions for the Navy. He was a fighter pilot. He retired as a lieutenant commander in the Navy. He was flying with John McCain when McCain went down.
Yeah.
He followed McCain down to try to protect him. He also served on the Lower East Coast Regional Water Supply Plan Advisory Committee. He was, for a number of years, the board chairman emeritus of the 40,000-member Florida Audubon Society. He was an eco-policy consultant to Governor Jeb Bush for 8 years. He's been involved for a long, long time and knows a lot and keeps me informed on a lot of things. And he has put together some information that I wanted to share with the staff and the board because we have water supply planning coming up for this area. And I want you to know what is happening and how devastating it is for the people that live there. Did you know that when the PSI goes down the way it is right now, that appliances don't work? I also wanted to quickly tell you before Captain Ed gets started, there was a meeting recently in March, and a elected official made a public comment that I wanted to share with you. So a number of residents voiced concern about what was happening with water supply, and an elected official and a longtime resident gave these thoughts. For those of us who have lived here a long time, the water used to go off all of the time. I have to come here to go swimming in the pool to get my bath or shower when I was a kid. I'm blown away by that because I know how much real estate costs in the Florida Keys, and I do not believe that people spend $1 million, $2 million, $14 million for a house thinking that they're going to have to bathe in their swimming pool.
Yeah.
Captain Ed, if you can put up the photos. So the first photo to the top is Captain Ed some years ago, and that's Governor Graham. And then these other photos, Captain Ed will explain to you.
Thank you, Ms. Mead. That's Bob Graham doing one of his famous work days on my National Park glass bottom tour boat. Couldn't get him off the boat. Couldn't get him to stop taking notes on his little spiral notebook that he loved. And he did my walk in the woods talking about all the early settlers. You know, he loved Florida history. But that's part of Florida Keys history on the right. This is not the first time the whole pipeline system failed. It's happened before. That happened on the 23rd of March. That is a burst tear. Anybody familiar with metals will tell you that's metal fatigue. That's a catastrophic failure. It washed the road fill out from under the shoulder of the road, and we'll get to that bus in a few minutes. As of the 23rd of March, the water pipeline in the Florida Keys had suffered 4 flow-disrupting failures and consequent half-day to full-day pressure losses, all in a single week. These resulted in day-long major road damage-induced traffic interruptions and in businesses, schools, agency offices, and restaurant bar closures in multiple days because of malfunctioning toilets. Takes something pretty serious to close bars in the Florida Keys. Recent official Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority announcements state that, quote, "We have known for some time that our transmission main that runs 130 miles from Florida City to Key West was in desperate need of replacing." Desperate need. But the executive director has also publicly stated there is only funding for the first 4 or 5 miles of new pipe and gives a present estimate of $7 to $10 million a mile to replace the entire line. The other 125 miles, and thus $1.3 billion cost of which, is still unfunded, despite the agency having had the 40-year lifetime of the existing pipe to raise and bank funding and credit lines and bond issues and get prepared, which they inexcusably are not. In other recent public remarks, the aqueduct director has stated, quote, "The pipe in its current condition is simply not able to support the volume of water or the pressures required." And further stated, "I wish I could tell you this will be a quick fix or even a temporary inconvenience, but I cannot." And that is while they're currently running the Key West reverse osmosis plant full bore, as the executive director also stated in the press. The plan was to run the desalination plant to exhaustion with no intention of pulling back. You have maintenance programs like that here? Not that I ever remember hearing about. Yet the aqueduct still publicly intends to take 10 years to finish replacing the 130-mile line, as though this were not an infrastructure catastrophe imminently threatening the fundamental viability of Florida Keys tourism. You're going to pay that money for a hotel room in Key West and not be able to take a shower? The real estate industry, the basic quality of life of Florida Keys communities, and serious degradation of homeowner and vacation rental property values once boiled water notices become routine. The aqueduct would seem to need new leadership with system-relevant qualifications. Decent people, but what do they bring to the table? A far greater sense of urgency is needed over correcting the stunning agency oversight that have resulted in the current crisis. Yet the chairman of the aqueduct is a Key West funeral director. Been on the board for 18 years, a former teacher's aide for 14 years. The third member is a contractor who's built a lot of developments that use a lot of water. 2 others are lawyers. One been on there for 8 years, one for 2 years. The one that's been on there for 8 years is currently the subject of a whistleblower conflict of interest lawsuit against the Aqueduct Authority for misuse of her position. And of course, in Key West, it always gets more interesting, involving apparently being overly fond of the former executive director, whose wife took exception to that, and it's a really colorful lawsuit. These are not exactly the symposium of qualifications very relevant to this kind of inaction-induced watershed crisis, which has been underaddressed for years. This is a picture, lower left. Those 4 guys in a hole, those are anti-collapse barriers so they don't get buried in the mud sludge. That's just one leak. If you look closer, you can see water spraying up in the air. Those anti-collapse barriers are held by the earth movers. Those guys are standing in water up to their knees with pumps running frantically. This is just one leak. That's just one. But colorful behavior on the part of the Aqueduct Agency is nothing new, and the citizens of the Florida Keys have seen this movie before when we replaced the last pipeline, which I was deeply involved in. When the current line was built to replace an even leakier, rustier, older line that had been neglected by the same agency. Back in that day, this very same Aqueduct Authority unbelievably actually started fabricating an Ocean Reef water spur line the length of North Key Largo on the wrong side of the road from where it had been approved and permitted. The side of the road that the endangered species critical habitat designated habitat was on. I went to federal court to get an injunction, and they went to 24-hour construction, round the clock, nights, weekends, double time on a holiday, built a line to the ocean reef, proclaiming they were going to make Ocean Reef buy the water. Week later, signed an agreement letting Ocean Reef out of the obligation to buy the water. And when I stepped in front of that board, in this room, I think, I said, you got 1.5 million gallons a day and no customers, what are you going to do? How are you going to pay for the line? He said, well, we'll put a pumping station in, and we got enough water for 35 to 45,000 people in North Key Largo, Miami Beach South. There were 18, I just come off being chairman of the zoning board, there were 18 multi-unit condo and resort developments for 35 to 45,000 people using that water, which was not in any of the plans. You can't exactly rely on this agency with that kind of a track record. When citizens organizations were drafting ultimately successful lawsuits, and in order to ensure professionalism, engineering expertise, proper management and accounting, Governor Bob Graham consequently seized control of the Aqueduct Authority. They're all governor's appointees. And he put the South Florida Water Management District Board and staff in charge of what's now, modern times, going to be probably a $2 billion project. In accordance with this precedent, and for many of the same reasons over the failure of the same agency to deal anywhere near adequately with this impending economy-threatening, tourism-sabotaging infrastructure calamity, I'm suggesting that Governor DeSantis should consider doing the same thing, taking control of this agency and putting it in the hands of people who have the expertise and the proven track record and the kinds of teams. You'll need to, hire some more people, but you have the organization infrastructure, which is crucial for a project of this magnitude. I was broadly and personally involved in all of the various machinations in this process over a period of about 3 or 4 years. And out of that came, it was this bad that I wound up filing, as chairman of the Audubon Society, the largest land and money endangered species suit in the history of Florida. We got the largest environmental law firm in the country to take the case pro bono, about $4 million worth of legal fees, in order to straighten out the mess in North Key Largo so it didn't turn into Miami Beach. And about all 6,000 of those acres are now in public ownership where they belonged. And it was the citizens of the Florida Keys and Florida, public concerned citizens that saw to all of that. Miami Herald did an article backing up all of this, investigative article, published on the 23rd. You can view that at flkeysnews.com. Included a link for a 9-year interview with the executive director of the Aqueduct Authority, and the title of the Herald article is, quote, "Price to replace Florida Keys water pipe, $10 million a mile," director says. And there are a lot of videos of the holes in the ground and the people with water up to their navels and so forth. And it also states in the article, as the pipes continue to age, the Keys are seeing an ever-increasing number of tourists, vacation renters, and residents. Vacation rentals have dramatically expanded the density of the Florida Keys and escaped regulation and notice. The brutal fact is a significant percentage of them are illegal. They're not paying taxes at 5 different levels. They're not paying into the local tax structures and the tourism taxes. And now there's 1,300 more units that the legislature has just assigned to the Florida Keys. The last picture, the bus leaning over, that bus drove on, the buses and the Keys drive on and off the shoulder of the road the whole length, and that's where the pipe's buried. And that bus driver thought that was a mud puddle, and it turns out it was a blowout. And as you can clearly see, a few more degrees and that bus would have kept right on going over. Now, stare at that picture for a second and picture that bus painted yellow. Because school buses full of kids pull on and off the same road shoulder underlain for much of its length by the same corroding and periodically bursting water pipe, they do that at hundreds of locations 5 days a week, the whole length of the Florida Keys. And that's a quote from a former Keys-wide elected school board official, namely me. And I'd be happy to, at your service, answer any questions you might have on this colorful process. But this is a huge, huge system-level disaster. And the folks in Key West, all their meetings are in Key West, by the way, although most of their customers are not. And they don't schedule public comment with the same sort of fastidiousness that you guys do, for some reason.
So Captain Ed, I just want to thank you so much for taking your time and driving all the way up here to tell us about this. I think it's important for us to understand. I don't know if you knew that the Florida Keys is having a severe water crisis that now is going to go on for years. The pressure in the pipes have been reduced to the point that, again, dishwashers and washing machines won't run, and there's no end in sight. And I'm not sure how many things the consumptive use permit is coming up for reevaluation. I want to thank our staff.
If I could, it won't do you any good to give us more water because the pipeline leaks like it's it.
So our head of the Bureau, Users Bureau, Simon, was really helpful in answering questions for people in Monroe County. We're grateful for that. Yeah. I appreciate you giving us the time to explain it to you. And I appreciate it, Captain Ed. You're the best. Thank you.
By the way, there's a Florida statute that requires a minimum 20 PSI pressure at the point of connection in all public water systems. That was one of the big reasons that Bob Graham stepped in, Governor Graham, because we had some of our retirees with court-certified meters installed, 10, 12 PSI. Couldn't flush a toilet or take a shower on it, and we're headed for that kind of disaster again.
Thank you, Captain Ed.
Cheryl knows where to find me and be happy to talk to anybody at length.
So, isn't it interesting that no matter how many things you do right, we always remember the failures, the things that have gone wrong. That is how we are measured. And I will end my public comment with, our staff makes it all look so easy. And nothing about keeping your infrastructure in place and keeping your infrastructure working and healthy is easy, especially not when you service as many counties as we do. And this is just one county having problems because of the governing body that runs that county, or I don't understand it. I just wanted to give you the data. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Meads. We'll go to Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was a very informative presentation, Cheryl and Captain Ed. That was really good information. I appreciate that. First of all, I want to thank the staff for the open house yesterday. It was, I think, really a great way for a governing board member like myself and the others that were able to attend to get one-on-one with a scientist and really ask the questions that we needed to know and we wanted to know about a particular set of research data. And I know that I didn't have the opportunity to get with each of the members of the team that was out there yesterday afternoon, but those that I did, primarily from Fred Sklar's group, were incredibly knowledgeable. And what I appreciated, and I shared this with Lawrence, was, thanks for the music there. That's good. It's dance time. It's dance time. But what I really appreciated, and I shared this with Lawrence, was the fact that the real test of brilliance for me is when someone can take all of that high-level information and communicate it in a way that you can understand. And I just thought that the folks that I was one-on-one with were just so great at that, and it was so informative for me. So thank you very much to everyone who came up with that idea and made that possible. Also, last month during the governing board comment period, I mentioned to you that I had gone out on Lake Okeechobee through the Clewiston Lock with Commissioner Iglesias and Mr. Scott Martin. And I shared with you the fact that we had been brainstorming. We came up with some idea on how do we get maybe a smaller section of the lake separated in such a way that we could do a pilot project of some type to address some of the issues with the health of the lake. And I reached out to the Corps and James Erskine with FWC and also to Lawrence Glenn here on our staff. And I want to update you on what has happened since then. I had a conversation with James Erskine, who is going to take some of our brainstorming ideas, right, and discuss it with his team. And we had a very exciting Zoom. To me, it was exciting, and Libby Pigman was also a part of the Zoom with James Erskine. And they had identified a system called the Wave Attenuation Devices from Living Shoreline Solutions. Think of it as a pyramid, a concrete pyramid full of holes. And the FWC team has looked at this, and they think that this device might be something that could be used for a pilot. And the other thing that was shared was that up in I think Tampa Bay area, where they have a major highway, there is something being tested with these same systems. So it may not be the first use of these pyramids. They're going to do some kind of restoration project up there, and I'll keep you posted. But this is exciting to me because this would move this pilot opportunity further along in the process. So it was very encouraging, and I know Newton Cook talks about the health of the lake often. There's a lot of stakeholders out there that love the lake, and I know that we do as well. But again, this would be something that might be possible in the future for a pilot project at Coot Bay. So I just wanted to update you on that. I was also on the road on a visit with Wes Carlton near Alpata, his ranch in Alpata. He's the president of the Cattlemen's Association. And we talked several issues, and I want to thank him for his hospitality and his candid conversation. And I've been following up with staff on some of the things that he shared with me and see if there's some progress that we can make in some areas. Also, I want to thank Joanna Weaver and the staff from the Big Cypress Basin Field Station and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Chris Rigo, for supporting a visit to the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. We hosted Stephanie Granada, who's the editor-in-chief of Gulf Shore Life magazine. It was incredible. We went from the north to the south. So we started at the pump station at the north part of the system, went through the system to the Southwest Protection Feature that the Corps is under construction. Then we got on a boat and went all the way down the Fak Union Canal to the Manatee Mitigation Feature, and actually looked at it on the ground. And for like Joanna Weaver, who's the project manager, that's the first time she's ever seen it on the ground. So it was a great informative trip. It was really productive for us and the staff, and I want to thank everyone who supported that. And it's been particularly dry. That's a good thing because the Corps is making a lot of progress on that Southwest Protection Feature. So it was looking really good out there in the progress since the month before when I had been out there. And as we look to our next month's governing board meeting in Naples. It'll be great to have the board there and the staff there and on the West Coast, and you'll have an opportunity if you choose to go ahead and to have that optional visit to the Picayune Strand and actually see the project. So I hope that you'll take advantage of that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Carol. Mr. Olovich.
Welcome back. Glad you're here. I first of all just wanted to say how happy I am that Miss Meads is back and in good health. That was really just difficult to hear what you went through, and I wasn't expecting you to come back looking better than ever, but you do. So welcome back, and I'm glad you're feeling healthy again. And that was very enlightening about the situation in Florida Keys. I was not aware of that, so I'm really glad. I think one of the issues today, like our newspapers are not the same. They're just not. And so there's so much information, sometimes the biggest things you don't hear about. So thank you for bringing it here today to hear about it. And the progress report for NEEP. I see that Ms. Reynolds has gone away for a second or so, but I think that that's okay. That, you know, it's in the back of our book every time. And again, I want to say that I think it's critical that we don't forget to come back to this every meeting so we don't forget what's going on with this. And one of the biggest things was that they were going to meet in person. And I wanted to hear about that if they did meet in person. There's a lot of positive things on the sheet, but I think the real magic happens when people meet with people, and that would be FDACS, the Department of Agriculture, and the South Florida Water Management District. I also wanted to thank General Hibner for being here. He actually attended a Rivers Coalition meeting. And if any of you know anything about a Rivers Coalition meeting, they are often pretty intense. And he sat through the whole thing and learned, got up and spoke. He pointed out the signs that the river kids were holding, the dolphin. He said, you know, dolphins were important to him too, and the algae situation. And it just meant so much to the people there that he actually came, he's a general, and he spoke and he interacted with these concerned citizens who do not want any water coming through the St. Lucie Canal into the St. Lucie River. So I felt like that was a high point, having him there. At the last meeting, I had asked that there be transparency with the information that I've been able to receive about S308 and Lake Okeechobee and the algae around that area. It was more there in February. We've been lucky it's kind of backed off since then. Maybe it'll come again. But I don't see any other way than to do this than to say that you can reach out to Josh Rowe at Florida DEP, and his phone number is 850-245-2974, and you can get on that mailing list. At this point, it's not available just to sign up for it. Maybe it will be later, but if anyone would like to be on that list, so every day you can look and see how much algae is around the S308 gates, it's an extremely helpful thing, and the district and the Corps has agreed to make this available to the general public. So I want to thank them for that. Also, I'm hoping that Lieutenant Colonel Polk, if he's here, or someone could maybe speak about the camera I had asked for, because I think that they are looking into that as well, to be out just to see what's going on. And it was interesting yesterday at the open house, you could see that the one part of Lake Okeechobee that absolutely has no SAV, or submerged aquatic vegetation, is around the S308, the east side. So, I mean, no wonder all the algae is always building up there. It's something that we have to keep an eye on. My field trip for the month, I went to C25 lands that were purchased by the district. They're just north of Highway 68, north of Orange Avenue. It was quite a trip up there, and you know, it's just great that the district has purchased these lands and that we are on the cusp of so much good work being done that people have worked on for over 20 years, you know. C4, it's Indian River Lagoon South, so C44, C23, C24, C25. I mean, I was just so inspired, and thank you to the district for buying those lands. I'm still wearing my purple. I'm in my 10th month of wearing purple for water reuse, and I'll pass this jacket along at the next meeting. And I just wanted to say that I've been trying to learn, you know, more and more about water reuse because I never did. I just saw the purple pipes. And so one of the things that I looked into was not just here in Florida, but for like the nation. And they have the Water Reuse Symposium for the nation. And it was just recently in March in Atlanta. And they're, you know, it is business. It is about the business of water reuse. And like what we're talking about happening in the Keys, where our population is not getting smaller. We've got more people. You know, water reuse is the answer for the future. Water recycling is the only way we're going to have a future. And so I started, like, you know, how you can look into it, and I'm like, gosh, I wonder what they're, you know, how this lines up with Florida. And I like went in, and then when I linked on it, it was Drew. And Drew was giving a presentation to them like last year in Wellington. And I was like, how cool is this? You know, we're a leader. Drew's a leader presenting to the National Organization for Water Recycling, for water reuse. So I thank you, Mr. Bergeron, for honoring me by giving me this jacket. It has helped me learn a lot, and I look forward to passing it on. The Florida Oceanographic did that white paper with the STAs. I hope everyone will read it. And, you know, basically, it's a lot of it, I think, is about holding water on one's lands. And I think that's something that we can all do, whether it's agriculture or even, I wish my husband would let me dig a big hole in our yard so we could just hold more water and it wouldn't be running off. I think that is something that we can do no matter who we are. But that was a great effort by Florida Oceanographic. Thank you for investing your time in the STA issue, which is the greatest issue of our time right now. The open house was fantastic. I was just so taken by all of the scientists. I would ask that we could please take a picture of each one and send them, for instance, to the Army Corps of Engineers who may have not been able to be here, or just make it available, all of those awesome poster boards, yeah, because I think it has the most relevant information for those of us who need it in a short form. It was really good. And I think that's it. But I just want to thank everybody for this time to speak. And I want to congratulate Mr. Bergeron on his reappointment by the Senate. I did not get that reappointment, but I am working very hard to do everything that I can to get it, or to do what I need to do to be in good standing. You know, I think that this is the opportunity of a lifetime, and thank you very much to everybody, and I hope you had a happy Easter.
Thanks, Mr. Erlovich. Mr. Steinle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My field trip this month was up at the JB Ranch, who hosted us, Sherry McCorkle and I, Lisa and her husband. I think Benita set this, helped us coordinate this, but a tour of their their ranch, and really an interesting multi-use ranch. I mean, the predominance of their revenue comes from hunting leases. So the wildlife that we saw on this ranch was spectacular. They also graze it or have grazing leases. And then they had the first I had seen in Florida, gas leases. So I guess that's more common in that area. But it really, you know, each time I go on a ranch tour, in every case I'm reminded how these ranchers and ranches are partners of ours in conservation. Not just because it leaves the land undeveloped, but because of the wildlife and cleansing and every other benefit that comes from these things. So, you know, one of the important things that I learned, this ranch is adjacent to the panther refuge, and they have, I had always thought that panthers are very territorial and can have regions of hundreds of miles or thousands of acres and only one per section. Not the case when there's good habitat and when there's good sustenance for them to feed off of. And so one of the interesting things clearly is that the first thing the panthers go after are the hogs. So there were no hogs on this ranch, which is amazing. And hogs are essentially exotics and do damage to the land. And then obviously what they go after are deer and then cattle. And interesting to learn that out west you hear a lot about the insurance or the restitution for cattle that's killed by wolves or other things. We have it here. It seems to me, Ben, like it's a fight to get it, which was very interesting because we should be promoting these types of lands. We should be promoting having, you know, panthers and other wildlife on these lands. We are building refuges and maintaining refuges. In this case, there might have been more panthers on the adjacent land per square acre than there was in the refuge. So again, just a great reminder to me of the value of ranches in our district and more broadly. One of the other things Lisa talked to us about was WERP, and she made it clear that the landowners in that footprint are both unhappy and afraid about the process. They feel like they have been left out of the process. They feel like they haven't been informed. I think, you know, we talked about the Corps' process and their open rules making and their discussions in advance of any selected plan. And we talked obviously about the district always having a transparent, open, and hopefully proactive process. So I know that landowners are in the WERP footprint are concerned, and I know that we as the district will do our best to address that and be proactive, and I think the Corps will too. Palm Beach County issues, continue our efforts to protect lands in the Palmar. This is in partnership with Florida Fish and Wildlife. You know, and this is to preserve public lands, to safeguard public lands. It's not anything to drive people out of their holdings. It's simply to preserve public lands, and we need to continue this because, for instance, Julia LaMonica told me that there was a unpermitted and illegal land road being graded through the area, which, you know, it's like the Wild West. But anyways, a lot of work remains to be done there. Loxahatchee, obviously this is the time of year, like every time of year, where we start bumping up against the MFL. Concerned about the MFL, more concerned about salinity. Rains like yesterday and the day before help. We don't have any workarounds in terms of flowways at the moment. But what we have done with Lawrence and others' help is start addressing a new sort of pulse plan to address spiking salinity. The salinity now is higher than it has been, I think, in the past 3 years in this period. So very concerned about that. And again, we've got an important project going. We need to protect what we have before the project comes online. Lake Worth Lagoon, of course, receiving lake releases with the St. Lucie in a certain proportion to it, and on the same schedule of receiving or not receiving. I've directly seen the turbidity pick up. I'm concerned about the nutrients. We have a significant disadvantage at the West Palm Canal of being very, very far from either inlet. It's just an imperfect system where all of this is dumping into the middle of the lagoon and takes a long, long time to flush. We don't have any storage. We don't have any cleaning STAs that are dedicated to this flowway. So it's something that, I hope we continue looking at, but something I'm focused on and hoping that we're getting closer to the end of lake releases. I think those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As always, it's a great honor to sit with this board, and very humble about my reappointment to be able to work with all of you, work with our staff, work with our stakeholders for the future of Florida. It's a great honor for me. And Jay, you mentioned the Panther, and a lot of people don't realize that over 1/3 of our Panthers are housed on private land, and maybe more than that. So it is important that we have a funding source, which I'm working with Senator Rubio in regards to that as we speak. In the meantime, the Bergeron Everglades Foundation is funding with an agreement with FWC to make sure that the ranchers on any kill by a panther is reimbursed from my foundation. I want to take a little global approach here today. I've said this many times before, that the journey of water is the life of Florida. And Everglades restoration is so important, the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. And I really want to thank the governor and the legislators for giving us the funding to move forward with Everglades restoration. There's an awful lot of attention. I did hand out some Channel 10. I want to thank Channel 10, WPLG, affiliated with ABC, highlighting the wildlife corridor, stretching from the Florida Panhandle to the Everglades, Florida Wildlife Corridor, which makes our state unique. It covers nearly 18 million acres, which is critical to the state economy, ecology, and our very existence. We're starting to get an awful lot of interest in with Jeff Corwin, which is known all over the world, and it's his life dream. And this is a very famous man that has been into 100 different countries, that his legacy and his love is to highlight a series of wild Florida. So I'm honored to work with him, and thank you, Jackie, for introducing me, a very highly respected individual. Eco Hero Wow Florida is going to air on April 19th, Channel 10. And I think you will really enjoy it. That journey started with the Miccosukee at the southern end of the Everglades, and I was honored to host them for 4 days, highlighting all of the wildlife in the beautiful Everglades. Interesting enough, the bears cooperated with us. They were able to film 7 bears in 1 day. So it was really exciting. And all the bears thank all of us for saving their home. But this was a contest, and a very beautiful young lady, Sierra Robinson, won the contest. And she traveled with Channel 10 throughout the whole state. A beautiful young lady that has dedicated her life to conservation. So I really want to thank her. I want to thank Ron McGill, which was intricately involved, the ambassador of Miami Zoo, or Zoo Miami, which Ron has spent his whole life in conservation and trying to save the environment of Florida. I do want to highlight as we move forward with Everglades restoration, that when we're moving forward across 16 counties with multiple projects, I think it's important, and I mentioned this to you, Drew, that as we work with the U.S. Corps and all the stakeholders, and this is not a specific area, it's the whole global Everglades, that we investigate where we're building projects, and that it's important that we establish a policy that if we need STAs and we need reservoirs, which we do, that we do not destroy a natural environment in the name of restoration. That we work very closely with all of the stakeholders and the U.S. Corps, our partners, and that we come up with solutions that have positive on water quality, quantity, timing, and distribution as we proceed forward with Everglades restoration. So I have, I think that's it for me today, and thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Vice Chair Wagner, you on? Vice Chair, would you like to make a comment? Hearing no response, I'll assume no. I apologize for being late. I actually entered Palm Beach County at 7:15, so I wasn't late. Had a little problem getting from the last 10 miles were tough. Jay, thanks very much for chairing the meeting. My comments, I'd like to thank the staff for working so hard on the C-43 contract. I know it's been a lot of work. I know a lot's going on behind the scenes right now, and I just like to say thank you. And I really appreciate everything you're doing for us. Colonel Roman, on the living shoreline for Coot Bay, we've got a couple living shorelines on Sanibel. Some of them seem to be working better than others, and you might want to check with either James Evans at SCCF or Holly Milbrandt at the City of Sanibel, if you want more background information. I don't know exactly what system they use, but it's concrete with holes in it. And
Okay, that's great. And excuse me, I was just going on what James Erskine had mentioned about the newest project that's up by Tampa, but that's great. Down in Collier County, we use scrap concrete that was cleaned and then put out for artificial reef. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I had a chance to attend with Drew, and Drew, thanks for coming over for the Cape Coral Fort Myers interconnect, which is going to connect Fort Myers wastewater treatment plant with Cape Coral, and Cape Coral is going to use that reused water, which is a wonderful thing. It's going to keep some nutrients out of the Caloosahatchee and give Cape Coral some more water. So that's a win-win, and we helped fund it. So I appreciate Drew coming over for that, and that's going to be a neat project. As you all know, I'm not an engineer, but they tell me that this is a World Book of Records horizontal drilling project. So I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's pretty cool, I think. The Biscayne Bay event was incredible, and thanks very much to staff for doing such a good job. Charlie was phenomenal, gave a great talk, and Drew did a great job of sort of herding cats and keeping the whole thing moving. So thanks for that, and Sean and your group, thanks for putting that on. It was really nice. And Ron, congratulations. I'm so glad you could be here for another 4 years. That's wonderful. That's it for my comments, and we'll move now to the consent agenda. Is there any board member who wants to move an item forward for the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
Hang on.
I'll make a motion.
Before we make a motion, if you want to move any of the items from consent to discussion. Sorry, I wasn't very clear. No. Okay, now we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for a motion. That's okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, did you want to announce any abstentions?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you.
I did, and I don't.
Okay. We're going to start with Mark Perry, followed by Caitlin Newcamp.
Yes, thank you, Aberdeen Board. Mark Perry. I think items 14 and 15 are really good, and thank you for approving those. Those are land acquisitions for the IRL South components, and those are good things to move forward. Item 19 on the kind of amending of the rule 40-4, FDEP is working on that based on Senate Bill 712, of course, which went in 2020. And the district obviously is wanting to make amendments also to the stormwater regulatory things for the ERP permits for the applicant's handbook, which we just want to make sure that those are consistent, that they're workable, and they're in there together on stormwater. And lastly, of course, item 2022, the April is Water Conservation Month. And a lot has been said already, even and during this time of water conservation, but we've had 80 days of this kind of discharge of 2,500 CFS going to either coast into the Atlantic or Gulf of Mexico, and that's about 1.6 billion gallons a day, or about 130 billion gallons in the last 80 days, which is a lot of water. In fact, to put that in perspective, that's about 400 days of water supply for Miami-Dade at about 315 million gallons a day. 400 days of water supply just went out to the Atlantic and Gulf. Not very good conservation of water. Water should be going south, as it historically has, and as USGS reminds us that it's the sheet flow south that recharges the Biscayne Aquifer. The top of the Biscayne Aquifer goes right through the middle of Water Conservation Area 3A, right through the middle, and then slopes down towards the east coast. That is the primary water supply. Over 800 million gallons a day are withdrawn out of that, supplying about 3 million people with their water supply for that. So we need to keep that in mind, that water going south is very, very vital and important. It is the main recharge for the Biscayne Aquifer. So just kind of iterating that, of course, thank you for the white paper that we did back in March 7, and we sent out to the governing board. And we appreciate you taking a look, and maybe we can work with staff on some of those thoughts or ideas for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Caitlin Newcamp.
Good morning, governing board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. So today I'd like to comment on item number 19, specifically around the stormwater rules. So stormwater is a significant contributor to the nutrient pollution problems we face here in Florida. This pollution not only harms the ecology of our rivers and our estuaries, but also poses a threat to public health and our economy. Municipalities tasked with managing stormwater within their boundaries depend on adequate regulatory protections at the state level to ensure that development projects design, implement, and maintain stormwater management systems so they reduce the discharge of pollutants in their stormwater. The Stormwater Technical Advisory Committee, a body of experts representing every facet of stakeholders, from the regulated community to, we met over 11 months of discussion and debate, followed by rulemaking workshops by DEP to develop a rule that meets the requirements of the bipartisan Clean Waterways Act that was passed by the legislature in 2020 and signed into law by Governor DeSantis. Stakeholders, including the regulated community, local governments, and conservation groups like Audubon, participated, and the resulting proposed rule would have made modest but meaningful improvements to Florida's stormwater permitting. The proposed regulations address stormwater pollution at its source, which is the most cost-effective strategy, and it appropriately places the financial burden on the activity that is creating the source of the nutrient pollution. Absent these necessary updates, local governments and taxpayers will continue to bear the burden of environmental and water quality impacts along with expensive remediation and restoration projects. But unfortunately, 3 weeks ago, as a result of objections from home builders and associated industries, DEP made further changes to the proposed rule, reducing some of the treatment requirements, including the grandfathering of all conceptual permits that have been approved to date. So what this means is these permits are generally for the largest developments that most often occur in phases up to a period of 20 years from the date of approval. So in 20 years from now, these areas may be developed using the old unprotected rules. And that's a total of over 400,000 permits across the state, and it includes over 100,000 conceptual permits within the jurisdiction of this district. And while these conceptual permits represent a huge grandfathered liability, given their length, there may be many events that trigger permit modifications, at which point the district has the ability to hold them to new standards. The district needs to be clear with their staff that they are empowered and expected to apply these new rules thoroughly in those instances. It is with the hardworking public servants at the district where these improvements touch down, and we are grateful for their help in realizing the potential of these new improvements for Florida's water quality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional public comment on this item.
Great. Would someone like to make a motion to move the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner, if you're there. Thanks. That passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 28, which is the discussion agenda. And Dr. Moran.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, governing board members. I'm excited to be here today sharing some updates on the progress that we are doing already on enhancing our CNSF system and also building community resilience in South Florida, things that are very important and that we are taking very seriously in our mission here. And it's very important to first recognize here that as we talk about CNSF system and we focus on flood protection, we are really talking about a joint responsibility. We operate the system in partnership with the Army Corps. We also work very closely with local governments, special districts, and even homeowner associations and private landowners that, as a whole, operate and manage water.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you to just bring your microphone just a little
Yes.
closer to your mouth. I'm getting old enough that I'm struggling to hear. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Mead. No problem. Thank you very much, Ms. Meads. So the system was designed 7 years ago, and we talk about that several times, with the main purpose of drainage and flood control, and salinity protection as well. And one good thing is that the system provides us flexibility to manage water volumes. This is a plus. We don't have that capacity in other locations, and having this capacity needs to be recognized as a positive attribute of our system that allows us to move water and protect us against floods as well in large portions of the territory. And also this allows our communities to live, to do business, to live and have quality of life in the regions where this system is protecting us. And we are really working very closely with all those partners to ensure the quality of life that is expected from the communities. The communities do expect us to be performing well in our mission of flood protection, protection of water supply. And we have been playing this video many times to recognize that we have limitations in the operation of the system already. This is one of our coastal structures being overtop. We have here water from the ocean coming inland. Those structures were built with two main purposes: allows us to drain water to the ocean and also protect against saltwater intrusion. And here what we are seeing is saltwater intrusion coming inland, overtopping, meaning that the gate that was designed with some freeboard, that was designed under certain considerations back 7 years ago, are really underperforming. We are really kind of passing all the freeboard and really the top of the gate there. I have some other evidence here that just to help us understand how urgent it is for us to begin looking at the system. 77% of the area of the urban basins in Broward and Miami are now currently subject to flooding under a 10-year rainfall event. This is about 10-year or less. This is about 9 inches of rain. So we are really recognizing basins that are now delivering a level of service that is less than 10-year rainfall in many critical locations. So under a 9-inch rainfall, we will be seeing floods in portions of those basins. We counted 3,500 critical assets inside those basins. We are talking about hospitals, schools. We are talking about fire stations, all of those assets that are vulnerable to flooding. And if we look at future conditions under a 2 feet of sea level rise scenarios, and maybe 50 years from now, around that time, depending on the curve you select, we are talking about 85% of those basins being flooded under a 5-year rainfall event. This is about 7.4 inches of rain. So significant portions of those communities being flooded under 7 inches, 7.4 inches of rain. So we know that the main stressor in our system today, and the main reason we are seeing this reduction in the flood service that we can provide, is because of sea level rise. We had news articles this week pointing to 2 scientific reports that were talking about acceleration of sea level rise. So mainly occurring in the southeast and the Gulf coast of Florida. And as a result, as recognizing those 2 articles of both natural variability, but also warming temperatures. So we are seeing the acceleration happening. We have those numbers, actually. We have substantial amount of documentation from our coastal structures, so observed tidal conditions in our coastal structures. We documented an average of 7.5 millimeter per year in the past 20 years. This we have in our metrics hub. We have data at real time to each of those structures, and the average we got was 7.5 millimeter in the past 20 years, compared to 2.5 in average if we look at the entire century. So we are looking at the entire century growing at a 2.5 millimeter per year rate, and the 20 last years growing at 3 times more, 7.5 millimeter per year. And on those new scientific reports, they're saying 10 millimeters in the last 10 years, so 4 times more of what we have been seeing in the century. So there is substantial acceleration in the rate of sea level rise in this past decade or so. And it's important to evaluate when we look at those flooding conditions and the flood drivers that the sea level rise is exacerbating already a condition that we have many drivers here. We have rainfall as the main driver. We have groundwater levels. As the sea level is rising, we are also seeing groundwater levels rising and reducing storage capacity that we have in the soil. We are talking about water levels that are added to potential high tide events and storm surge. So it's a series of factors that we need to account when we are trying to understand what's the total inundation level, what's the total inundation level that we can be measuring and characterizing in those basins. And this is what we are doing. To really look at those multiple flood drivers and levels, we have a program in place for the past almost a decade now. They are advancing really modern tools to look at those compound flooding factors, recurrence, magnitude, and all of that. The tools that we are using in this program are really like adhering to all the federal and the state standards on how we should be looking at that, and are widely accepted nationwide and even vetted by our local governments. We work very closely with them to validate our findings, compare our findings with their findings to see how we are performing it and having a common understanding about the risks. This really allows us to assess all those multiple flood drivers and also understand how land development is shaping that, and does really robust assessments on the conditions, on how we should be performing our flood control mission, and really support our decision-making on what are the most important, what are the priority investments we should be doing now on the system to provide flood protection. We have now, recently, I didn't point, but when I was talking about those percentages of the areas inundated, this map helps us to understand everything that is yellow, red, and orange here are current conditions that are 10-year or less. So those are the basins with 10-year or less. And when we look at the future, those are the basins with less than 5-year recurrence. And what we have here now is a plan. So using all those models, all those assessments, we have put this information, those recommendations, in our sea level rise and flood resiliency plan. And the plan has really the goal of reducing those risks of flooding and sea level rise and other climate impacts on our water resources and increasing our community resilience, ecosystem and community resilience in South Florida. And it's the third year that we are updating the plan now. We're going to launch the 2023 update version on May 24 at our Resiliency Coordination Forum that we'll be hosting here. And we're going to open the plan for public comments. So we're going to launch a draft version, open for public comments, and submit to the state later in September. And as we identify those investments and we identify the needs for our system enhancement, we also need to start beginning on finding the route to implement those projects, where and how we're going to be really finding the resources that we need to implement those projects. I believe our executive director mentioned earlier today on this executive order from the governor that is bringing robust investments to SERP as a whole, and we all understand SERP is a big component in building resiliency, and also bringing resources to strengthen the Resilient Florida program. This program is in place for about 3 years as well, and really is bringing the money, the funding that we need to do these types of investments in the CNSF system comes through the Resilient Florida system at the state level, and we are working very closely with FDP, who manages the program, and our Chief Resilience Officer at the state, Dr. Wells Brooks, to be able to understand how we can be taking advantage of this program, providing our projects, submitting our grant applications to the program, and understanding what are the capacity that we have now. And we are happy to share that we have a few projects, 4 projects that were funded recently through this program, and I'm going to talk about one here today. This is an important project because it allows us to do small fixes. While we are looking for the larger amounts of monies that we need to do the big fixes, the main refurbishment, restructure of the coastal structures, we know we can do some small fixes, and we have some examples there like backup controllers, full automation, control panel upgrades, floodproofing in general of many components of the structures, adding some plates to the gates where we can to raise them a little. So those are small fixes that will buy us some additional years, perhaps 10 more years, that will allow us to continue seeking for those fundings that we need to bring the full enhancements needed to those coastal structures. So we are excited to be working, to be advancing some design. We had initiated a little bit of this design. We can do a portion of that in-house, and we are now really excited to be moving into design and implementation of, final design and implementation of these important projects, and we can achieve more. I believe we can go up to 23 coastal structures. A second project that we got funding, this is through the federal route. This is the FEMA BRIC. This BRIC program is Building Resilient Communities and Infrastructure. We got awarded last year in the fiscal year 22 BRIC program funds. We got awarded $50 million for this project. This is S28 coastal structure. At C8 Basin, this is Village of Miami Bay Shores in Miami-Dade County. And this is one of our critical coastal structures, so we are going to be bringing some enhancements to the structure. This is the type of investment that I'm talking, like large investments to bring the entire coastal structure to a new level. We have pumps that we are going to be installing there. We have some additional green infrastructure that we were lucky to have a golf course around it and coordinate with the city so we can use during very critical events, a portion of this land through vegetative berms to store some water as well. So reducing a little bit the peak of the discharge in this basin. So very exciting project. We are also still in design phase, but working with FEMA to get the funds to also accelerate implementation of this. And in this federal route of accessing fundings and recognizing that we need significant amount of money, we are talking about $1 billion here when we add up all those project needs that we have in the plan. And so we recognize that we have a very promising path in partnering with the Army Corps on really accessing federal funds to be able to bring, again, the updates and start implementing those projects in a faster pace here in South Florida. We have very urgent needs, and we are working very closely to the partnership with the Corps to advance this study. This study has a very strong push from the communities from the past 10 years. There is significant involvement of the local governments, Miami-Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach County, in recognizing the importance of this study and the need to enhance our CNSF system in those areas. And so it's really, the goal for this study is the same that we have been working, is enhancing community resiliency in South Florida, bringing the CNSF system to a level that will be resilient enough to address all those flooding concerns and drivers that we have in South Florida. We are right now on the final scoping for this study and on the round one of developing alternatives. So we begin scoping and defining how we want to look at all of that together with the Corps, leveraging the level of service program that we have here, so models and tools and learnings that we got from the level of service, and looking at alternatives, what will be the options that we have there. So beginning to filter all of that with the and get this common path on how we're going to look at all of that with the Corps. Since we started this study September last year, we had significant public and stakeholder engagement efforts. This is really the path that we have been doing and advancing those projects, trying to understand the needs from the local perspective as well, in addition to how we can see this problem. So this is just a list of the many public workshops and meetings that we had involving more than 60 agencies and really 280 stakeholders that were engaged since the beginning of this project. We do have here some solutions that we are looking at. Those are just examples of those measures that we are using that we're looking at as we begin formulating alternatives. So we have different examples of measures here that they are all kind of solutions that characterize some flood risk reduction. This is what we want from this study. We want solutions that are bringing flood risk reduction and some associated benefits as well. So we do have significant nature-based features, non-structural measures that we are also being evaluated as part of this study. So flood-proofing, gates, the emergency detention basin, storage options, forward pump, flood walls, property elevation, those are all examples of solutions that we can have as part of this study. Again, all focusing on flood risk reduction. And here is also some alternatives and examples of green infrastructure that are also part of what we are looking at. I have also summarized the schedule that we have now for this study. So we we are targeting WARDA 2026 for project implementation. So for really appropriation of resources for the project recommendations that we're going to come out of this study. So this is our goal, end the study with project recommendations and get appropriation requests hopefully approved in the WARDA 2026. So, of course, as I mentioned, we were working very closely with our local partners. This is actually an image that we borrowed from Miami-Dade, really kind of laying where this study is in comparison to all multiple studies that are happening in the region. So Miami-Dade has their beach reauthorization. Broward County also have their beach programs. They have a coastal flood risk study right now. It's called the Back Bay study in Miami. They are looking at some solutions targeting storm surge-driven floods. And of course, this study comes in to also provide additional layers of protections. The focus is not storm surge here, but we can and we will be looking at alternatives that we can provide some additional layers of protection and working very closely with Miami-Dade County here to understand what kind of solutions are going to be combined in the region, and we need to understand the benefits of all those things together. And we also are listing there Everglades SERP. It's an essential component of everything that we are doing. So also looking at those projects and how they can be leveraged and how we can all see those pieces together, ensuring that the things we are proposing now for the 216 study will also not impact anything else that is being planned and happening in this region. I think we could not move out of this presentation today talking about flooding and flooding risks without talking about the upper portion of our CNSF system that went through really significant impacts through Hurricane Ian last year, September last year. Here are just some flooding documentation that we had during the event. I wish I had zoomed into the map a little bit further because there were significant reports of flooding, as we all know, throughout the Upper Kissimmee Basin. And we have here just some photo examples. And the flooding there was mainly a result of extreme rainfall events. This was 200-year plus rainfall that fell in the Upper Kissimmee Basin. We can see all these dark red and red areas there pointing to areas where rainfall was extremely significantly large. And of course, the time that was needed for us to alleviate flooding conditions there through a series of response actions that our water management district did in this basin. So here are just some examples of pumps that were deployed, significant amount of pumps in coordination with the Corps in key locations where we needed to move the water and lower the levels fast. And of course, recognizing significant debris removal that we also work as a response to this hurricane event and this major flooding event. We are planning for some projects in our plan. So the update of this plan this year will bring some projects that we understand are some key projects that we need to start planning and designing in this region that would help us alleviate flood conditions in case we have significant flooding events in the future as well. So just recognizing that we are bringing some of those project recommendations already to the 2023 resiliency plan update. The good news is that recognizing that we have all this large area where we need to be looking at and understanding the limitations and the needs of how can we build resilience in the system is that we do have a study that was authorized in WARDA 2022 to look comprehensively at the system, at the entire CNSF system. And this is what we are calling comprehensive CNSF study. So I think it's important that we pause and understand that we do have two studies here, and we're going to be talking about two studies in the next years, and we need to kind of understand what each study is going to be doing, how we're going to be approaching this problem, and how we're going to be working in the region to fully evaluate our CNSF study. Our executive director, Drew, signed this letter of support, letter to formally recognize us, accept the role of the local sponsor for the comprehensive study as well, back in March this year. This is part of the process that the Corps is advancing to get appropriations for this study. So This is for beginning on the large study. We are really talking about a multi-purpose project. We're going to look at all the project purposes for the CNSF. So we're going to look at flooding. We're going to look at fish and wildlife. We're going to look at water supply, recreation, navigation. So really ensuring that all those, the project purposes are resilient and will be continuing to be performing in the future. And this involves all the counties. We are saying here 18 counties because there is a portion of St. John's River Water Management District that is also included in the area of this study. We were beginning to talk with them too to understand how we can both play the role of local sponsors for this study and how we need to be coordinating there. The area of this study, I know we have this gray shaded area in the map there, but we need to recognize that there is a portion also of St. John Rivers. This is one of the old maps of the CNSF system, and we can see the boundary, the upper boundary of the system, the CNSF system, extending all the way to the west. There were some structures that were planned in this area. My understanding is not all of them were built, but there is portions of the St. John's River Water Management District that will also be part of this study, they're also under the CNSF umbrella, so we're going to be working very closely with them. Now moving to the yellow box there, what is the study that we have today? The 216 study, the targeted study, and I think what we have here is a great opportunity to begin advancing a more focused, a targeted study. And this is a very significant bite of the system. I like to think about this study as beginning one bite at a time and really focusing on this most vulnerable portion of the system. When we have a large and a complex problem, the best way we can begin understanding how to do it is to break it down, break this problem down in smaller parts. And this is exactly what we are doing here. We are giving the opportunity now to focus on the most urgent, the most vulnerable piece of the system where we have significant amount of people. We have 5 million people living there, 1,100 square miles, 3 counties. And we are really focusing now, beginning with one purpose. So we're going to be focusing on the flood risk management. This is the opportunity that we have to also understand all those flood drivers. What do they mean? What does that impact water management? Having a single purpose, but with a very important caveat here. We will be capturing multi-benefits, so we're going to be looking at solutions for this purpose of flood risk management that can also provide benefits to all the purposes of this project. And really, even if we're not formulating for all the project purposes, we are going to be ensuring that there is no damage to any other project purpose. So it's going to be a constraint for the study that we are not going to be touching any other, impacting any other project purpose. I hope you capture the difference between the two, and happy to provide any future clarifications as we navigate in this world of scoping those two studies and understanding what we can do with both. I have this final graph here. I think it helps us to summarize and reflect on where we are. So we have our studies and assessments in place. This is looking at the center yellow box there, us as a regional agency, having a strong study assessment process to our level of service. Now, working very closely with the Army Corps, moving to the federal box there to the right side, really working on the same type of study, focusing on the flood risk, but really using the tools and advancing studies and assessments to understand what we need, putting together a plan. We are going to have a plan, a tentatively selected plan out of this effort with project recommendations that is going to be compatible with the project recommendations that we have in our sea level rise and flood resiliency plan that we develop. And really looking at those federal appropriations that we need, that we all understand that we need for this study, and really opening a box for us to begin a more accelerated implementation and construction of those projects that we need for the CNSF system. So today I'm here asking for the board support for executing an agreement to the existing co-share, an amendment to the existing co-share agreement that we have with the Corps right now. We signed this agreement back in September 2022, and what we're going to do now is to increase the study cost We knew we would need more money from the very beginning for this study. We started under the 3x3x3 umbrella, but we knew we would need more funding. And after we went through this scoping phase and we understand the tools, the resources, how we want to do this, we now have a new study cost. And we want to amend this agreement to increase the total cost. We're going to take some additional months, a few months more, but we're still targeting the award of 2026. And really allow us to implement the scope that we have now, that we are agreeing and finalizing, and we are on the final touch with the Army Corps. We are urging the Army Corps to approve, to finalize this scope with us in the next few days, and complete and approve what we call a project management plan, PMP. This is what, under the current agreement terms, this is one important step that we have for this study, where we agree on how we're going to do that. And we also need to issue a cash payment that is referring, under the current agreement terms, we need to issue a cash payment to them that is referring to the costs that were needed until now for us to finalize this PMP. So those are the two requests, to authorize this cash payment so we can complete and close this important milestone, the PMP for this study, and really urging the Army Corps to close this and complete this scoping, endorse this scoping with us, and authorize us to increase the study costs in total for us to complete this scope that we have today. I was going to end here, but as I was seated there, my mom and my dad, who were boarding to come visit us, texted me saying that the flight was canceled because Fort Lauderdale Airport is completely inundated. This is 20 inches of rain that fell in 6 hours yesterday. We are getting the numbers confirmed here, but we are getting close to 25.96 inches of rainfall that fell in one day in Fort Lauderdale yesterday. This is the total. As we confirm that, we are working, and I'm sure our meteorologists will confirm those numbers, but this is going to be the greatest total daily rainfall in the whole state of Florida, in the whole history of Florida. This is representative of a 1,000-year rainfall event. It surpasses the 3-day maximum that we have, that is 18 inches for Florida right now. And yes, so I think it's just one more way that we all need to recognize that this study is urgent, that we need to understand that we need to understand rainfall, that we need to understand the risks, that we need to understand how much we need to harden our system to continue to have quality of life here in South Florida. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. That's really interesting, and thank you for addressing the rainfall yesterday, because I think it was probably on all of our minds, particularly Ron in Broward. You talk a lot about sea level rise, and then you finish up with rainfall, and so we're basically getting it from both sides.
That's exactly what we need to be looking at, and that's what we are calling compound flooding. Okay. How we are looking at rainfall intensification, combined with sea level rise, combined with surge, and how those compounding factors affect us and our ability to provide flood control to the region.
Right. Any questions?
Did they say 25 inches?
Yeah, Ms. Bergeron, she did.
We are confirming those numbers.
Was that all of Broward County?
This is Fort Lauderdale station, I believe. They are capturing 25 inches there, but those numbers will be confirmed. We have several reports, even from the National Weather Service, pointing to a 20 inches 6-hour rainfall event. That is like definitely more than a 1,000 event in this region.
So that broke all records.
It's going to be, as confirmed, the highest record in Florida, the whole state of Florida. And I knew, since I was in Broward, people would make a joke that the previous record from Fort Lauderdale was 18 inches, I believe, 14 inches back in April 24, 79, the day I was born. So we formally surpassed yesterday. I was the record until yesterday, and formally surpassed now.
Wow.
I have a question. Is it okay if I ask a question? Who wanted to go first?
Got Ms. Meads and then Ms. Filipich.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about cost. So when we look at this resolution to amend the agreement from last year, and we're talking about a payment and cost. Can you be more specific about that?
Sure. So those are two different things. The current agreement, under the current terms, we have to provide payment of, we have to provide cash payment to the Corps up to the completion of the project management plan. This is what we are doing now. So we have the total cost that we always spend until now, and we need to provide cash payment to complete this stage under the current agreement terms. So
Okay,
this
so
is,
I want to repeat what I think I've heard you say. So that is not part of this resolution, that is part of the last. Yeah,
this is
that's
also
covered
part of the
from-
resolution, just because we need authorization from the board to issue payments above 250, I believe, cash payments above a threshold. Mary Cruz can help me.
Yes, so part of the resolution is requesting authorization to expend $350,000 on the contract.
So yeah, so this is
Currently.
part. This is number one. And the number two is to then make an amendment to the existing co-share agreement to allow us to increase the study cost up to 19 million.
What is the study cost now?
19 million. That's, so for the scope, we have a recommended scope with the Army Corps. This is the scope we are refining and getting the approval from their vertical team. The current recommended scope is at 19 million.
What was the scope? So I
3
understand.
million was the
Okay.
original study costs. Apologies for not capturing you quickly, Ms. Metz.
No, it's okay. So you're going from 3 million to 19 million because the study that you've done so far has given you a better understanding of how much money needs to be spent in what places to.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand.
How much of that is cost share?
It's
It
50/50
is
cost
50/50.
share,
Okay.
so we're going to continue on the same rule, about 8.5 for us.
Okay. Mr. Lipich?
Thank you. Can you, can't recall which page it was, but can you go back to the pages that showed I don't know if it was the 216 or the cities?
The cities? This?
I guess I could just ask you. So in that yellow section,
Yeah.
what are we know Fort Lauderdale's in there, but what are the other major cities that are in there?
So we have 30-plus municipalities there, including Miami-Dade. So the whole Miami-Dade is there, the whole Fort Lauderdale. It goes up to Deerfield Beach.
To Deerfield
and
Beach.
a portion of Boca Raton in Palm Beach County. This is this Hillsborough Basin that is the southern tip of Palm Beach County. So Boca Raton, Deerfield are the northern cities there.
Okay, and did I hear you say?
Homestead also down. It's the full area. Let me see if I can find another map.
Homestead? Oh,
Yeah,
Homestead, sure,
Yeah.
in the south.
Yeah.
There, okay. Okay, so that's
The
it.
entire extension. So the northern basin is the Hillsborough Basin there. It's the division in really the boundary between Palm Beach County
Right.
and Broward.
And did you say how many people lived in that area?
5 million.
5 million?
5 million now.
Okay, and did I hear you say that it would take $1 billion to do all of the work that's required?
We have identified projects in our resiliency plan that they go up to 3.7 billion already. Those are some of the recommended projects that we have identified through the level of service program. We will now validate all of those findings with the Army Corps to understand exactly what's the project needs. But yes, it's going to be large.
And that's just the 216 area, the yellow area?
That's just the 216, the yellow area.
Okay, so I remember reading about in the old days when it was going from the Everglades Drainage District to the Central and South Florida plan or whatever, flood control district. In that in the courthouse in Okeechobee, it is where they all agreed upon it. But it's just an interesting thought because, I mean, I think back in the earliest times, the original idea was not that everybody paid. You know what I mean? Because the benefits were more in one place than they were in another. But in the end, we all paid, and that's why it's worked. But it's just, I think we have to be very thoughtful about all of this. And that's also, I mean, of course, we have to save these places or work for these places. But I mean, those are the areas that were like the transverse glades. You know what I mean? That's where Lake Okeechobee went out into Fort Lauderdale, into the Miami. I mean, this is, Mother Nature wants to go through here. So, I mean, yes, I will support this, and yes, we have to support it, but I think it almost has to be treated like an island or something. You know, I mean, that's a very unique area to the state, and it is unbelievable that so many people live there. And I look forward to doing it the right way, you know, for how everybody, to be a symbol for the rest of the country. But throwing money at this is not going to fix it. What's going to fix it is innovation with money.
I agree. We definitely need innovation. We need ideas. We did. In the past, we had great ideas when we first built the system, and we are going to come up with ideas on how to do that again responsibly with all the other project purposes that we have in the region. That's what we need.
Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Moran, for your presentation. I have a question concerning level of service, and I know in our discussion before the meeting that we talked about the changes that might be possible with the level of service. On your slide 5, the one where you commented that these areas will go from a 10-year level of 10-year event to a 5-year event. And to me, if I interpret what you tried to say to us, it's that the frequency will be greater for more severe events.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to have more flooding because we're going to see flooding under smaller amounts of rain. Mm-hmm. So more frequent times that properties will be flooded, communities will be flooded.
And they'll become 5-year events because they will happen more often than the 10 years. Now, on these level of service standards, who sets what they are? How do we determine what they are?
So we have 6 performance metrics that are used in this as part of the program, that were determined as part of the program. 2 of them are for canal stages, so looking at canal stages and looking at discharge capacity of the canal. So we can evaluate the performance of the canal itself on providing flood protection. 2 other measures are related to the structure, the coastal structure and the discharge capacity of the structure. And the last 2 measures are related to the land, so the basing areas that we need to provide service, so how much inundation you have in those areas, so really flooding over land in the entire basin, and duration of the flooding. So what we do is for each basin, we look at the results for all 6 metrics under current conditions and under future conditions. And then we have an overall classification of the basin, which is the conclusion by reading the 6 metrics. What's the level of service that we believe the system provide or will provide in this basin? So it's an interpretation of the results for 6 metrics, and then we say, under those conditions overall, 5-year rainfall, which means 7 inches of rain, will flood certain areas of the basin. This doesn't mean the entire basin will be flooded, but we'll have significant portions of the basin flooded when we have 7 inches of rain. This is what we mean when we talk about like 5-year level of service.
So would it be correct to say that until we get the projects in place to, retool our structures, retool our canals, those types of things, that the level of service to the customer would change?
will be reduced.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we need those projects to maintain or enhance. In some areas, we can maintain. In some areas, we need to enhance. So we are already seeing reduction in the level of service that we had in the past, the level of service that the system was designed for. So we might want to target enhancements in some areas or just maintaining the level of service in some areas.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Steinle?
I thought the LOSUM process was complicated. This is
Oh,
going to turn
yes.
into.
Yes,
this
you were
is-
right.
This is by manyfold going to be even more complicated. I'm trying to track down or understand the funding and the flow of funds. I think it was the second to last where you had state and federal. Okay, so there are federal monies for resiliency. There are
Yes.
state monies for resiliency. Are there any other pockets of funding? Is it just from those two?
Well, we might partner at the local government. Some of our projects, we look at partnerships and we look at components that we work jointly. So there is money at the local level too.
There's local?
Some, but
Well,
not
and there's
necessarily.
probably
to,
nonprofit
yes,
funding as well.
yeah.
Okay, but the predominants are going to come from state and federal.
Yeah.
So there are different buckets of funding. They're approved by the legislature in Florida or in DC.
Yes.
Is there a consistency in terms of objectives, parameters? You know, there's a lot of money is going to be put into this, invested in this. And these are, you know, and it's extremely complicated. I'm just wondering, is there a governing objective over all of this funding?
Yes, there is. When we talk about flood resiliency, all those programs have similar parameters. So when we navigate in the FEMA BRIC world, they have established like how you want to look at flood, how you look at flood damages, how you do your project benefit, cost benefit analysis. You have to prove that the cost of your project is less than the benefits, which means how much property you're going to be removing from flood inundated areas. This is how we do the calculation. So it's flood damage reduction. This is the main criteria under the FEMA BRIC guideline. We capture some additional benefits like ecosystem benefits, of course, as well, but the main cost-benefit analysis is done by how much flood you reduce. So they have guidelines on types of models, how you do the assessment of the flooding risks, how you do the cost-benefit to justify the feasibility of a project, and how you characterize what's being impacted. Critical assets that are being, critical infrastructure like houses, hospitals, schools, all of that is very well lined up in the guideline that we have from the FEMA BRIC program. When we look at the Resilient Florida program at the state level, it's very similar. They also talk about critical assets, how many critical assets you are protecting with the reduction of flood, property damage reduction. They look at nature-based solutions associated with that. Both programs give extra points if you are being innovative and bringing nature-based solutions. There is a big push. I believe they put $25 billion in nature-based solutions in the federal level more recently. So there is a big push for us to think in a way that we are delivering this flood protection services in an integrated way. So both programs do extra points for nature-based solutions. And they also have cost-benefit analysis. And then when we navigate through the world of Army Corps now, they call flood risk management studies. It's almost the same boxes that we need to check. We are going to be looking at the flood damage reduction the same way we were looking at when we were applying for the FEMA BRIC funds. They have some additional tools. We built our own tool. We're going to be comparing now with the Army Corps own tool. They have the way you look at the damages. They have the way you can look at environmental benefits, social benefits, regional economic damages, benefits. So all of that are, I would say, very similar guidelines. They might have some nuances here and there, but in general, we are following those same guidelines.
So it sounds like there's some, there's coordination in terms of where the money is going to be invested relative to the objectives of those projects.
Yes.
It just doesn't sound like there's a governing entity, a single governing entity. You've got tons of stakeholders.
Yes.
If I bring it to the local level, what's happening in terms of new developments here is that they're being built to to FEMA's flood specs. And they're towering, 4 to 5 feet, sometimes 6 or more, over the neighbors. And that's a resiliency program in my mind. But that resiliency program for that a piece of land affects it makes the neighbor who's at a lower elevation even less resilient. So,
Yes.
I mean, that's sort of what I worry about with all these big projects, is that if there's not, an overseer, they can run in contrary, or they can run in contradictory or imposing, directions. The other question I had was, so you said the study started at 3 million, is up to 19 million. That was a phase, I would assume that was a phase study. We're not talking about change orders in a project that we assumed to be 3 million going to 20. This was always expected to escalate over time?
From the beginning, we
Okay.
knew the 3 by 3 by 3 would not fit this. We had made some initial estimates in the agency, talking about 12 million already.
Okay.
Kind of as an ideal cost for the study, and after the whole Army Corps review process and understanding all the boxes that we need to check, and the importance also of understanding the compound flooding that we discussed here, like how we will be looking at rainfall, sea level rise. Those are all partially new. There are some new guidelines even at the core level that we need to be consistent with. So those are some of the reasons like that are bringing the study costs up too. And we want to be able to have a scope that is robust enough that will let us look at those flood risk management solutions and also capture benefits in a more consistent way on how we see the whole purpose for the CNSF.
Okay, thanks.
So-
Yeah, I just wanted, that's what I thought, that was not meant to be a static budget, that this was sort of going to increase over time.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you.
I have one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Bergeron.
I'll try to make it brief, but, when flood protection started in 1948, and all the lines were drawn, and we were kind of regulated with a lot of our flow into the Atlantic was gravity, and set certain standards of, like I know the Davie area was set at a control elevation of 3, and as we moved west, we went to 3.5 to 4 to even 5 in the western part of Weston, the city of Weston. But what we're confronted with here, I believe, is that with sea rise, that some of the gravity flow out of our canals, because of sea rise, has to be converted to pump stations.
Yes.
Am I correct? And seawalls, and to stop sea rise from coming in to a protected area. And this whole area was, I think, 100-year on floor elevations and 25 years on street elevations. So it was never designed that if you had a 100-year flood event, that the streets wouldn't have some flooding. It was never designed that it would never flood. But now we're confronted with sea rise, and the gravity system has to be converted. Now, I noticed we only go north up into Boca Raton. Is that because the topographical elevations are rising as you go through Palm Beach County, which is not affected like this particular area?
Yes, we have topographic elevations that are higher that allows us to maintain the control elevations a little bit higher with a little bit less risk from flood risk. You are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on something that Mr. Steinley was talking about, and it has to do with coordination. I'm assuming, work closely with Dr. Brooks, who's the state's first, I think, Chief Resilience Officer, right? Or second after
Yes,
Mr.
we are
Donaldson.
working very closely with Dr. Brooks. He has now a draft version of our resiliency plan even before going to public comments, working very closely with him to understand this, and also he is involved in the discussions that we are having for the CNSF study.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Rosie, is there public comment on this?
We do, Mr. Chairman. We also received, or the board members each received a support letter from Broward County, Dr. Jennifer Gerardo, and then also from Mr. James Murley from Miami-Dade County. And they wanted to make that part of the records, their letters of support.
Okay.
We're going to start with Paul Linton, followed by Mark Perry, and then Caitlin Newcamp.
Good morning. So Palm Beach County, we're kind of the edge of the study, but clearly the study is an important one. It kind of starts with where are you vulnerable? So where you're vulnerable is like all those critical facilities in the general landmass that you're looking at. Palm Beach County is doing a VRAP, Vulnerability Assessment and Resilience Action Plan, that'll identify the vulnerable features, and then you go into why. Is the land low? Is the rainfall increasing? Is the sea level rise affecting? And so their study area is really picking one of the hardest areas are. You've got sea level rise, you've got hurricane storm surge, you've got lowlands, you've got dense populations, you've got older developments that were developed before the Volume 4 requirements. For those not aware, the Volume 4 requirements make developments be able to stay dry up to a 100-year event. And so at the 100-year event, the water is right at the edge of the top of the house pads. So that's a very important thing that was done, but anything that happens that changes the assumptions could make those more vulnerable. And just as a kind of follow note, the studies that they're doing on the effects of the tide is very important. Think about it this way, all those basins have about a drainage of about an inch a day. So every day the water gets more than an inch, you start falling behind. So when you get a 12-inch event, it takes weeks, 2 weeks to recover sometimes, or at least a week. But when you start losing that capacity, now you don't have an inch, but you have a half an inch, you fall behind real quick. So you can enter a storm with adverse conditions and then multiple storms. And most of those facilities were designed as a storm was an event, and then it cleared out and is a brand new clean slate, and everything's drained out before. But when you get these lower drainage rates, that's not an assumption you can count on anymore. So we're here to support it. You know, Palm Beach County is the edge. Our central area has more of a higher control level on the 9 and 8 range, but we do have vulnerabilities in North County up in Jupiter area. But we're glad to see the study moving forward, and we support it, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linton. Mark Perry is our next public commenter, followed by Caitlin Newcamp.
Good morning. Governing Board, thank you. Yeah, this is vital and important, and it should go forward, and we fully support the idea. The only thing is it's coming along very slowly. This should, you know, we had started back many years ago. In fact, I recall, I think around 2010, when the Governing Board had a district meeting down in Key Largo, and I attended that, and I remember staff at the time presenting the idea that, hey, we got to start looking at sea level rise and how it affects the structures, and work with the Corps of Engineers and all, and working on this. So it's a long time coming, but we got to really address it. And as indicated by staff presentation, I mean, the rate of rise is changing from 2.5 millimeters a year to 7 millimeters a year is you know, a vast change. So as you look at the acceleration of the rise, it's even more critical now that we get and address the situation, obviously. I mean, predictions, you know, looking at even NOAA's predictions of 2020 to 2050, increase of about 10 to 14 inches sea level rise, and then even the predictions out to 2100 at about 47 inches rise. So we're looking, you know, you have to look at kind of that level of service, and I'm glad that kind of came up, is that, you know, that 5-year level of service provision of that 7 inches rainfall event, and how you can provide for flood protection at those kind of rates and those kind of volumes. So it's really critical to get this going, get it done fast, so you can figure out exactly how we can modify these structures or provide that flood protection to those communities, and at the same time being able to do it cost effectively and quickly, so that we catch up with this rising rate in sea level, as well as never be able to capacitate those events, like record events that we've had even just today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Ms. Newcamp is our next public commenter.
Hello again. Caitlin Newcamp, Everglades Policy Associate with Audubon, Florida. Thank you, Dr. Moran, for a very helpful and informative presentation. We just want to say that we're supportive of the Central and Southern Florida Resiliency Study as a first step to revitalize the CNSF infrastructure. The Corps is heading up this effort and noted that there are some delays in the project requiring an extended timeline. With the numerous challenges we face, including sea level rise and more frequent and severe storms, including what we saw yesterday in my neighborhood, we support expedited completion of this project where possible. There's obviously an urgent need for flood risk management, and projects like this one that focus on coastal salinity structures will help to solve some of these immediate risks, especially in light of changing conditions. So we are grateful for resiliency projects like this one, and we look forward to seeing increased cohesion between efforts across the district, including how this will fit into the larger comprehensive CNSF study. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Mr. Chairman, I have no more public comment on this item.
Great. Thanks all very much for your comments, and Dr. Moran.
Mr. Chairman, can I just recognize our Everglades, our project partner here that has been working very closely with us on closing the scope, understanding how we can expedite this study, and thank you for all the support.
Thank you, Eva. Would you like to say anything? Okay. In that case, could I have a motion?
I have one other comment. You know, even prior to all this increase in sea rise in 1947, and that's one of the reasons flood protection started. I can remember being in an airboat going over barbed wire fences and the dairies, and in an airboat. That's how deep the water was, even prior to. So I think it's extremely important that we move forward with this.
Chairman, I'd like to move to approve.
I have a motion.
I'll second it.
I have a motion as a second. Is there further discussion by the board? If not, I'm going to call that question. We'll start with Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Mr. Olipich.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Is Mr. Stanley, is he away? He's away. Okay. Vice Chair, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Great. And I have a yes vote from the Vice Chair, and I'm going to vote yes. So that passes unanimously, and thank you very much, Dr. Bryant.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to break now for lunch, but while we're eating, or before we're eating, I want to remind everyone that there's a bake sale, and there's also the scientific presentations from yesterday, I believe, are still up, and our staff is still there to explain them. So I look forward to that. So we'll come back around 1. Thanks. Good afternoon. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we'll go to technical reports, item number 29 on the agenda, the water conditions report with Mr. Mitnick.
All right, so this presentation was going to be about how dry it is. So in that light, I'm going to start off a little bit differently than I typically do, and I'll get back to the presentation. So rainfall over the last 24 hours. All of this information and all this data is up on the Water Management District's website, so anybody can have access to it anytime they want. So just looking at this rainfall graphic, you can see this little white spot right here. 28 inches maximum in that one location. Centered right there on Fort Lauderdale and a little bit farther to the west. So unless you live up here in the Upper Kissimmee, what was 36 hours ago is a completely different picture than what it is this morning. So on the news, you've probably seen a bunch of different reports of local flooding down there in Broward County around the Fort Lauderdale Airport. That's this white spot right here. So that color is upwards of 15 inches over that area. And you can see there's just sort of a bullseye right here in Broward County from the rains. It was one of those systems that started up. It was forecasted. We knew it was going to rain. We had a forecast for a decent amount of rain, a significant amount of rain, but this is an extreme amount of rain. It just kind of parked itself over that area and then did not stop all day long. As the time has gone on, you can see this graph is the rainfall intensity. So it's leveled out right now over the last 12 hours, but you can see before that, if it went back a little bit farther, how high it peaked up and then as the rain tailed off. So looking over at the map, so this is Broward County. And I'll zoom into the Fort Lauderdale area right in here. So where are we actively right now combating flooding and street flooding, swales, yards, that kind of thing, is sort of right around in this area right here. So Fort Lauderdale Airport is right there. You can see this structure, this one, and this one. Those are our salinity control structures, believe it or not. So everything over here is all tidally influenced. It's what the areas to the west drain over. So all that flooding that you see in the news around Fort Lauderdale Airport, all that is local drainage from the city and the county, draining to tidally influenced waterways down here, downstream of all of our structures. So one area that I've gotten a number of pictures of is right here along the C12 canal, and we've been doing the balancing act. So as I said, all this over here is tidally influenced downstream of our water control structures, but there's still some persistent road flooding over here to the west. So as this tailwater has been high downstream of the structure, we get into this balancing act of needing to relieve the areas out to the west without exacerbating the flooding that is over here to the east. So that's what the control room has been doing for the better part of last night and all through the day today, is just trying to balance those operations to move that water from the west, but at the same time not cause additional harm to the areas to the east. Jump back out a little bit more, go down C11 canal, which kind of runs right through here. We've got two pump stations. This one here, the S13 pump station on the east end, the S9 pump station over here on the west end, and then this is sort of the divide structure between the two in the basin divide. So everything east of that structure, we're pulling really hard on this pump station, pushing it out down Dania Cutoff Canal around the airport and out. And then we're pumping really hard on the west end at the S9 pump station, trying to pull all this water back and into Conservation Area 3. So you heard earlier in some comments from Paul Linton about rainfalls and runoff. So if the system was designed for, say, an inch a day, and they've got, like I said, 28 inches in that one little spot, it'll take a while to start pulling all that water. But we've got some temporary pumps set up right here around this pump station to assist its normal operations. But that's kind of the picture on the ground for right now, and we're going to keep at it throughout the day and into the coming days. Later on, when I get going through the presentation, there is still more rain forecasted for today. Not as much as it was yesterday, but there's still some additional rain in the future. So with that, I will jump back over to the presentation itself.
John, can I ask one question?
Certainly.
The area that got, what, 25 inches?
Mm-hmm.
How far from the coastline inward was that cell that, what geographical area got?
So trying to go back and forth between, so that's North New River Basin, coastal Broward County, C12 basin. So if I go over here to the map, you're talking right in here.
I got you. Mhm.
That's where it was. And like I said, this is the airport sitting right in here. All right. So this slide doesn't matter anymore. Neither does this one, nor this one. So we'll start here. Up in the upper chain, which did not get a significant amount of rain. Typical operations for this time of year, East Lake Toho is coming down, is following that regulation schedule, trying to get down to what is the summer pool and get ready for hopefully what will be rains later on in May, June, July timeframe. Same thing with West Lake and Lake Toho, making that same trend going down. Lake Kissimmee's been coming down. We have progressively reduced the amount of flows coming down the Kissimmee River. I think the last time that we talked, we were doing about 600 cubic feet per second. Since then, we've reduced down to the 300 cubic feet per second coming down Kissimmee River as we got deeper and deeper and it was drier and drier. Obviously, we're trying to get down to that summer pool, but we do have the ability from the construction deviation that the Corps has in place to cut this corner if rains come up too fast and we don't want to have too much flow going down the river all at once, and we can modulate that flow a little bit better. Lake Istapoga has also been coming down, delivering out into the Indian Prairie Basin. We had been, for a little while anyway, we were operating the pumps down here on the north shore of Lake Okeechobee, pulling water back out of the lake to feed Indian Prairie Basin with some of their water supply. But Lake Istapoga is coming down through its regulation schedule right now. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, this is the projection from LORS 08. You can see sort of this purple shaded area going across where that's the 50% chance of stages falling within that region as we move forward in time. So if we're looking probably about June 1st, you've got, what is that, a 10% chance of being somewhere around 12.6 come June 1st, or if you're looking at 13, you've got about a 50% probability of being at or below 13 feet on June 1st, given this projection and all the other things that go into the model that I've explained in prior meetings. How does that relate to the ecological envelope on Lake Okeechobee? Just overlaid that same projection, but over top of the ecological envelope. Right now, Lake Okeechobee stage is at 14.20 feet, which puts it just barely inside the ecological envelope right in this region, about 1/10 of a foot inside the ecological envelope. So you can see that over the last 2 months, February, March, the lake has progressively come down from that drier weather, and you can see that sort of acceleration, especially through the month of March, with how dry March was and how it affected the lake stage. Looking at the southern portion of the system, up here in the upper right-hand side, Conservation Area 1 has just been following its regulation schedule down. Area 2 has been above its schedule, but it's in a good place from an ecological perspective and how that area has been balanced over the years. It had a little bit of a downturn with some of that drier weather. We have been moving some water out of Conservation Area 2, running it across the bottom here through the L5 canal. For a while, we've been delivering that water over here to the northeast corner of Area 3A. But then as the drier conditions persisted, we had to start moving it a little bit farther to the west for the Seminole Brighton Reservation, Big Cypress Reservation over here for their water supply, as well as being able to supply some water to STA 5-6 to maintain that vegetation in the SAV that's in the stormwater treatment area. So looking at Area 3A, you can see it's been progressively receding as we have continued to deliver water from Area 3 down into Everglades National Park. I think the Tamiami Trail flow formula is there at the 579 CFS earlier this week for those deliveries for the combination of the S12, C, and D, as well as the 333 and 333 North structures. As those levels have started receding, those are all gravity flow structures, so it becomes harder and harder with lower water elevations to be able to meet that full flow, but we're doing as best we can to try to deliver that water and comply with the Tamiami Trail flow formula. Going a little bit farther down, the South Dade conveyance system, some of the changes this week actually, well, let me back up a little bit and talk about the drier conditions. Prior to the recent rainfalls, we were moving water down the South Dade conveyance system past 177 and past 18C to be able to supply the Aqueduct Authority's well fields and maintain their levels as they were reaching their floor elevations. Just trying to prevent that saltwater intrusion and hold it off during the drier conditions. Obviously now, they've gotten a lot of rain down there. Now we've flipped really quickly over into a flood control mode where we're delivering that water down past 177 into the panhandle. You can't really see it underneath this text box, but into the panhandle of the park and allowing it to sheet flow across the landscape towards Florida Bay. So generally looking at how water has been moved around the system so far, this water year, there's about 2.1 million acre feet of inflows into Lake Okeechobee. Over on the west coast, 1.4 million acre feet have been moved towards the Caloosahatchee estuary, and roughly 400,000 of that is comprised of lake water or originated in Lake Okeechobee. Over on the east coast, you've had about 92,000 acre feet come from the C-44 canal to the St. Lucie estuary, with 47,000 acre feet from Lake Okeechobee. C-23-24 canals are about that 190,000 acre feet, and C-25 to the Indian River Lagoon at just over 100 at 115,000 acre feet is what's come off that landscape. So this is the area that all of these numbers will drastically change given yesterday's rainfall event. So the numbers that will start increasing is obviously what has been discharged to the intercoastal and the Atlantic Ocean off the lower East Coast. That number is going to start increasing with this recent rainfall, as well as this here. This number represents that C11 S9 pump station that I was talking about on the other map. So that number will start going up as those pumping operations continue and delivering that water back into Conservation Area 3. So for Everglades National Park, inclusive of returning some of that seepage water, it's been about 1.5 million acre feet have gone into the park. And as I said, the 2.2 million acre feet coming off the lower East Coast, that number will start increasing with the rain event that just took place. Looking at the STA inflows, you're just slightly above what the total volumes or inflows were last year. That will increase a little bit more as well from this rain event. We have had some pumping operations in the Everglades agricultural area, delivering some of that water to the stormwater treatment areas and the A1 flow equalization basin. So they've received inflows over this past week from some of that direct rainfall. Groundwater conditions, despite the rain that we've just experienced, we're still continuing to keep an eye on groundwater levels because it takes a while for groundwater to respond, even though there's significant flooding on the surface. All of that's still got to percolate down through the aquifer system. So we're still going to continue to keep an eye on groundwater conditions over here on the lower west coast, as we typically do this deep into the dry season. Don't even bother looking at this one then, because that red box for extreme drought doesn't exist anymore given the rains that we just saw. So this will look drastically different, I think, next month when they update it. As far as what the future may hold, the Climate Prediction Center is calling for this sort of above average rainfall as we get closer and closer into the the wet season, and then the following dry season to come. And as far as the next couple days, district meteorologists are still predicting continued above normal rainfall for the next 2 weeks. And with that, I'll entertain any questions you may have.
on Wednesday there, it did kind of show the bullseye on Broward, just.
Yes, it did.
Kind of missed it on volume.
Any questions for Mr. Mitnick? Mr. Lepich?
Mr. Mitnick, hi. Is it the end of, can you tell us about the end of the water year? When will that be? Or the water, isn't there like that blue, the blue and the blue and the,
So typically, when we talk about the end of the dry season, beginning of the wet season, the end of the water year,
thank you, I'm sorry, the dry season and the
yeah,
wet
the end of the
season.
water year is right there, April 30th. So May sort of represents that transition period or that transition month where you go from the end of the dry season to the beginning of the wet season. And calling the start of the wet season is more of a retrospective determination. You look back over the preceding 2 weeks and see if you're seeing those climate conditions that are indicative of the wet season and the start of the wet season. And that's when the meteorologists sort of make the call. But generally, I think the historical average is somewhere around May 15th is when the wet season starts. It started earlier, I think in 2020 or 2021, it started in the beginning of May, whereas in some years it'll start towards the end of the May.
Okay, so all of our charts will kind of start again very soon.
Correct. When we get to next month in May, this will all be very small numbers because it'll have reset the water year.
And the 2 million inflow into the lake, is that about average?
It's a little bit higher than average because of the hurricanes that we experienced.
Do you see anything else that rings a bell or looks different? Does the St. Lucie look what you would have expected it to?
For this particular water year, given I think the flexibility that the Corps of Engineers has been able to enjoy through the completion of the Herbert Hoover Dike and that remediation, in consideration of their dry season strategy, the St. Lucie has received significantly less water from Lake Okeechobee than it would have in prior years under the current regulation schedule.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. And I also noticed in the most recent, I don't know if it's called a recommendation or it's that the paper that Akin sends out.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
The weekly memo to the Corps?
Yes, sir. So that recommended 0 discharges to the St. Lucie River for the first time, I think, since January 22nd or so, which is good news for people along the St. Lucie. And I did hope that you could explain a little bit what it meant afterwards, because it's of interest. The banking, you know, it was like, what does it mean, like 0 discharges to the St. Lucie with the banking in mind?
So the banking concept that the Corps of Engineers is implementing stems from whenever the regulation schedule, let me see if I can back up. So whenever in these earlier months, like back in January, February, when the lake was really high and it was up here in this intermediate, this sort of teal-colored band, the regulation schedule, LORS 2008, called for significantly higher releases on the order of 4,000 cubic feet per second. However, the Corps of Engineers, recognizing that flexibility that they had within the schedule, chose to only do, say, 2,000 cubic feet per second to the Caloosahatchee. And that difference of 2,000 went into a bank. So they calculated what that volume of water would have been, and it starts accumulating for every week that the schedule would have called for something higher, but the actual operations were something lower. That adds to the bank. So what they're due when the schedule flips, like when we were here in March and the schedule flipped in LORS 2008, only called for 450 to the Caloosahatchee and 200 to the St. Lucie. Our recommendations to the Corps, based on board direction and guidance to staff, was to maintain the 2,000 CFS going to the Caloosahatchee. So they used not only our recommendation and our desire, but also that banked volume to go and deliver more than what was in the actual schedule itself. So that's where the banking concept comes from. So last week, In that weekly memo, the district recommended a transition from the 2,000 to the west and 500 to the St. Lucie down to 1,800 to the west and 0 to the St. Lucie. So the Corps is right now in the process of evaluating that recommendation, and I believe they make their usual decisions on Friday.
Thank you very much. And just, does the bank stay open for the next year too, or does that bank get wiped out and then you start it with the next water year, or how does that work?
It does get wiped out. Ideally, it'll get wiped out once LOSUM becomes the new regulation schedule later this year, assuming that that happens sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. The average rainfall, do you start in June to June as far as average rainfall? I think we get, what, 52
You get about
inches
52 inches on average district-wide.
in an average rain year and 60 inches in a heavy rain year.
Right.
When do you start that? In June?
It starts at the beginning of the water year, so in May, but the majority of that 52 inches over the course of the whole water year happens during the wet season.
Mhm.
So it would be the May through October-ish timeframe.
So, looking at you had a chart that showed how much flowed south. What was that? I think in an average rain year, we would normally get about 1,000,005 acre feet. In an average rain year, up to 2 million acre feet in a heavy rain year flowing south. So what's the total amount?
Right
flowing-
now, inflows to the conservation areas are just about 1.4 million acre feet.
And that's prior to this rain we just,
Prior to this rain we just
Got it.
had, correct. So that number's going to go up.
so we've had somewhat of an average rain year up to the past 6 weeks, I guess, that started to get very dry.
Yeah, that's some of the nuances, and you've heard me several times talk about it matters where it falls. So you can have those large inflows into Lake Okeechobee from the hurricanes that went north of the lake, but then down in the southern end of the system, you see Conservation Area 3A has been receding and drying down, and there's portions of the northern portion of 3A that's very dry. Because they've had more closer to an average. I haven't done the exact numbers, but I can get that for you. But just that sort of dividing line between the northern portions above Lake Okeechobee and below Lake Okeechobee can sometime in water years be very drastic and very distinct and different from one another.
But I do want to point out that due to the seepage wall being in and due to removal of the old Tamiami Trail, and being able to keep Shark River Slough flowing year-round, subject to water levels, that we're already starting to see benefits from equalizing water levels from the central to the southern and more water going south. Okay, thank you.
John, can you go back to the one you had a second ago, the probability, the sprinkler chart?
This one?
Yeah. So I guess I'll ask you the loaded question. Where do you want to be June 1st, lake level-wise? 13-ish?
I'd look at the ecological envelope. You want to be within that range, within the ecological envelope.
Okay, so
for the health of the lake.
Right.
And then you got to start factoring in those other competing demands that we see within the system. But generally speaking, you're in that 13-ish, 12, 13-ish range.
Okay. And right now, we're on a glide path to get there, or up until yesterday.
I don't. Yesterday's rain event,
Yeah, I
I don't
know,
think it'll
south.
have as much of effect on
Yeah.
Lake Okeechobee. If the drier conditions persist, yes, we've got a reasonable likelihood of coming in June 1st between 13 and 13 and a half, somewhere right in here.
Okay. And going back to the recommendations we make to the Corps, do you see us staying about where we are on our recommendations?
I think we'll continue on, and I haven't had that conversation with Mr. Bartlett.
No,
but
I
think we'll
understand.
continue on with our recommendation to transition to that 1,800 and 0 that
Okay.
we did last week, yes. And then as we progress farther, depending on those two above average weeks that are forecasted, we'll evaluate how long we stay at the 1,800 versus go up or down from there.
Great, thanks. Mr. Steinle?
Can you remind me, if we were in Losum, would we be in recovery stage for the lake? Or at what point does recovery kick in?
So there's a number of different factors that trigger recovery, and then there's a number of different factors that cause you to hit the abort switch and jump out of it. For this particular year, if I remember them correctly, I think there were 2 that were a go for recovery, but then there was one that caused it not to be implemented. So this water year, if LOSUM had been the schedule, it would not have triggered the recovery mode because there were, like I said, 2 for, 1 against, so to speak.
2 for 1, so it needs to be unanimous.
You've got to have the multiple checks, yes.
All 3 have to be.
Yes. And what it was for this year was that forecast for the La Nina dry conditions. So what happened, when you're looking at the lake stage, how it's trending down, schedule-wise, and this was true both in Lourdes and it would have been true in Losum, it would have started calling for conservation and holding water back in the system. That's how because Losum has that much wider operational band than Lourdes 2008 does, and it would have caused it to hold back a little bit more water.
But if we were in recovery, if we were doing recovery operations for the lake, with the STAs at capacity, that just means that the estuaries would receive more flow than what they're getting right now.
Correct. Under recovery mode in that operational band, the Zone D, when you're in recovery mode, under normal operations in Zone D and Losum would be 0 to the St. Lucie, but once you trigger recovery mode, there are increased flows that are authorized, I'll call them. Whether or not they're implemented is a different conversation.
Mr. Butler?
John, back at the 6th there, kind of back on Ms. Jackie's questioning on the banking. I think what we're sitting at about, last time you and I talked, we're sitting at about 800,000 acre feet, or sitting at 800,000 acre feet or so in the bank.
Give or take right around that neighborhood, Joe.
And it happened when we were teetering in that intermediate band there. What, does that banking take into account where lake levels would have been if those discharges had happened? Or is it just strictly, today we're in the intermediate subband, we should be discharging, we're not, therefore we're throwing that money in or that water in the bank?
Yeah, it takes
You follow
into
me?
account where you actually are and what that recommendation
So
is.
it's inflated. It's probably a pretty greatly inflated, the way it was teetering there, that's an
Correct.
inflated number.
Yeah, it doesn't, if I understand your question correctly, it
Yeah.
doesn't say, if you had done the
Right.
full 4,000, you'd be down here.
Right.
And then you didn't, so it's higher. No, I don't think it goes through that sort of logic.
Wasn't that logic, okay. All right.
I just have a simpleton question for you. So,
That's good, because I'm a simpleton.
well, actually, you're not. You have a very calming voice, though. And so I'm sitting here with a goofy smile on my face because I feel like it's a really good year. Is it a really good year? I feel
think
good
we-
about this year.
I think in different parts of the system have had some challenges. Area 3A has had some challenges. It's dried down. It's drier than probably a lot of folks would like it. Lake Okeechobee has been higher, but Kissimmee has been relatively decent after what they went through in the very beginning of September and everything else. But overall, system-wide, it's a decent year.
Yeah, and we'll find out more when Mr. Glenn comes up. But, you know, St. Lucie is doing great compared to years past, and, you know, it wasn't a bad year. So I'll take it.
Sure, I think you make a really good point, and it's, you know, certain areas got hit pretty hard at certain times, and there were sort of, but if you look at it system-wide, I think the system did pretty well.
I think the Central Everglades, Conservation Area 1, 2, 3 has had a good year. And I know Area 3 is dried up for a shortened time frame, but I believe that's what cleanses the wetland every few years, is for the wetland to dry up and the ground crack and aerate, and the silt that forms underwater oxidizes and dissipates. You don't want it so dry the muck would burn, but I think we've had a pretty good year across the board on the southern end. So that's just my opinion.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Mitnick? Thanks, John. We'll move now to the Ecological Conditions Report. Mr. Glenn.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me up here today, and I thank y'all for allowing us to have yesterday's SFER workshop and poster session. All the scientists that I spoke to were just so thrilled to be able to communicate their information, to talk about the really important work that they do, and it was just a really good day for science at the district, so it was
impressive.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I'll go through the ecological conditions update, and starting up at the top, as John talked about, as we start ramping down discharge from Lake Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha, we like to maintain at least 300 CFS to the restored river below, and that's really for maintaining dissolved oxygen levels within the river channel. So the floodplain, as you see, has gotten pretty dry in that figure on the right-hand side. But when we talk about where dissolved oxygen is right now, it's at 6 milligrams per liter. We don't get concerned until it gets down to about 2, so dissolved oxygen currently is doing very well. Looking at everything that's been happening with the lake, water in, water out, you can see our combined inflows have decreased and our outflows have been pretty high. So we have been moving water out of the lake, as John said, and something that's really interesting at this time of year is the amount of water that is leaving the lake via ET. So it's pretty dramatic. We are inside the ecological envelope. That's a good thing. But it's not like fanfare and all of a sudden everything is perfect because we got there, because it's the antecedent condition really that basically has the setup for where you are. But we'll see that this high water level that we've had, the lake does serve as a deep water refuge for some species. And so where it is not as beneficial for vegetation and SAV, when I get to the next slide, you'll see how important it is for snail kites. But what we're seeing is we're starting to see a drying of the marsh, as it should be happening this time of the year. And when I get to wading birds, you'll see how this drying is starting to get to a place where wading birds want to come and use the marsh again. Looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential, it is extremely low right now. We had a dip in temperature. All the rain that we get, what's been happening, a cold front that just came through. So 25 degrees Celsius, above that is what the cyanobacteria really like in order to start, going gangbusters. But it is dipped below that currently. But as soon as we get, I think, to the end of the season where we're having our cold fronts, where we're having large wind events that keep everything turbid, once the water starts to clear and the temperature starts to rise, we do have a setup nutrient-wise for a bloom on the lake. But looking at where we are currently, you see over here, we say 20 to 40 is that bloom potential over here, and we're not seeing that anywhere. We are not seeing any toxins except for a very low detect at S308. And at this time, most of the community is mixed. It's not dominated by microcystis, which is the toxin producer that we are most concerned with. So here's where we get to, what is going on right now with dissolved inorganic nitrogen, which is really what cyanobacteria like. So we have low chlorophyll levels and our turbidity is still pretty high. I think as soon as this starts to dry down or drop down and becomes much less turbid, so photosynthesis can occur in those top layers of the water, and it gets warmer, with this amount of dissolved inorganic nitrogen, it's very similar to what we saw in 2017, right before, we had the lost summer of 2018. So maybe we have an early bloom like we did last year, and it kind of takes care of that and it doesn't persist through the summer. But with blue-green algae, we still don't know so much. And so we just will continue to monitor, be very proactive, and if we need to go and treat any forward-facing areas that would receive water. So we're very diligent in our approach to where blue-green algae is. Looking at snail kites, you come over here and you see it's a banner year for snail kites. There's 406 spotted on the lake, and there's 104 nests currently out on the lake. You'll notice that when you look at success, they're not the best in the world, because those are the green at the top. But this year has been a highly successful year. Higher water levels on the lake, it actually promotes snail kite nesting, has that food base they need, which is the apple snail. So that sets up a really good condition for them. But you'll find that if you look at that compared to wading birds need the water to be lower for them to come use it. So with this kind of variation in water depths in the lake from year to year, typically it's going to provide a good condition for some portion of the ecosystem. And it's not always everything's good, everything's bad. There's trade-offs in years. So from a snail kite perspective, great year. From wading birds, a lesser year. But as we see, this varies annually on what conditions are there. So usually there is a year that's going to be good for most components of the ecosystem, or enough so that it can sustain itself through time. Going over to the St. Lucie, we look over here and we see the salinity set up where it's much fresher in the forks, and then it has the nice 5 to 18 and 18 to 30 as you go to the mouth. So we have a really good setup for salinity currently, especially for oysters, in the St. Lucie. And you see we're at about, we've dipped down below 20, and that's really good for oyster spat. And we're seeing that just for density of oysters right now, in this year, it has been on the increase, which is fantastic. We just marked the beginning of the oyster spawn, so we don't want the estuary to be too fresh. They like it to be a little more saline. But then on the other hand, if it gets too salty, here's oyster drills. These species, a marine species that comes in and lays their eggs on oysters, and then they drill holes into the oyster and eat the oyster. So at about 20 parts per thousand of salt or above, these become a threat. So it's really a balancing act. It's crazy to try to keep everybody happy. Looking at Lake Worth Lagoon and turbidity and what's been happening since we started to release. So we release water out of S55, and it's been about 100 CFS. And so you have inlet up here and you have an inlet down here, and the flushing time for the central part of the estuary can be within hours, it can be up to 13 days. It averages about a week to flush that water out. So where Mr. Steinle was talking about visibly seeing increased turbidity, we went into DB Hydro to pull the data, and this data is collected by Palm Beach County monthly. So we are in a lag for the data that they provide us. But if you look at the data that was ending in January, we hadn't begun releases yet. But if you go and you see that we only have 2 spots right here that have data for after we have made releases, and there is an increase. It's not to an increase greater than what we have seen in the past. It's within that kind of range, but we're going to keep our eye on this and see what is occurring as long as we are making releases. Flipping over to the Caloosahatchee, this is the salinity gradient setup currently. It's fresh in the upper estuary, it's brackish in the middle, and it's salty at the bottom, and that's what an estuary should look like. Let me try that again. For where we are with salinity, where oysters are down in this bottom part, We are within the optimal range at Cape Coral. And part of our recommendation that John was speaking to now and dropping from 2,000 to 1,800 is when the spat begins here, you don't want a velocity that's going to push oysters down and out of the estuary. And fortunately, we have oysters in several spots along moving upstream. How you maintain resilience is so you can have viable oyster beds in each one. But if you have a flow that pushes all of the oyster spat either to the very last one or out of the estuary, you lose that resilience. So that's kind of one of the things that we were thinking about when we made this recommendation. The other is in the upper part of the estuary that is fresh. This is where a lot of zooplankton production occurs and fish spawning. So a lot of fish come up here to spawn, and those larvae cannot swim against the current. And if they are larvae that need to grow up in fresh water and they are pushed down to an area where they are not tolerant, that is harmful to that part of the community. So that's kind of the two things that we've been thinking about as scientists when we start looking at what are the current discharge velocities and where do we think we should be. Looking at the Caloosahatchee estuary, we see that same sort of increase in density at the Iona Cove. We had a drop here, but we're coming back up again at Shell Point. So we're looking pretty good from an oyster standpoint in the Caloosahatchee as well. Getting to the stormwater treatment areas, as John was talking about, we're about to end the water year with about 1 million acre feet of water going through the STAs, 43,000 of that from Lake Okeechobee. There's still some pretty good stress going on within the vegetation and all the cells, and I'm going to go through that in the next slide. And I'm trying to find a good way to talk to you all about STAs. And I removed all the cartoons that we've had over the last, because it's 5 slides, there's a lot of information that's kind of, you kind of glaze over. So I'm trying to look to a way to where I can describe this to you better. And next month, it'll be with inclusion of pictures, because I think pictures are fantastic at speaking to what we're doing. So I'm trying to land on the sweet spot. So here are the STAs, 1 east coming over to 5-6. And when you look through what's happening here, we've had a lot of construction here. We've been treating floating aquatic vegetation in the intake canal here, so we had to lower that level in the intake canal, which of course limited our ability to bring water into the STAs. And when we did that, this is the highest ground in this STA, and it slopes down to deeper areas here. When this part started to get dry, we now have blackneck stilts nesting in this, so we can't push water in because of the migratory bird treaty. So this will stay a little bit drier until those birds have fledged their young and moved on. We come down to STA 1 West. We've still been doing a lot of planting. This is where the dog leg was that we did construction and took that out. The vegetation regrowth that has been occurring in here has been fantastic. And this STA flowway, I think, right now is doing about 20 parts per billion, which is great. It's on its way to being a really good performer. When we talk about taking lake water, we bring lake water through the central flowway. Currently, we're bringing 100 CFS through the flowway 5, and you can see it's deeper than the rest. This is the area where they've been filling in the lake. Remember that real large area that had to have a lot of work done. So that is completing. We are in the process right now of drying this cell down, because down in the bottom end, the SAV has not been very good. And we're going to dry this down. We're going to bring it down. It's going to move all of the fish that are in here out that tend to like to eat the SAV as it begins to regrow. We're going to inoculate this area with new emergent vegetation. And it's also going to help the success of the emergent vegetation in the top of the cell. So we've talked about, we do a lot of refurbishment and a lot of vegetation management during the dry season, and these are some of the sort of things that we do. We come over to STA 3-4, and this is the cell that is still undergoing a lot of work. This is the one that failed. And so we've been doing a tremendous amount of vegetation work in here to get it up and running for the upcoming wet season. This one, the top one half, we're doing a lot of vegetation management. The bottom is fine. The top half, we've been working on it in the wet, so we didn't have to dry it all the way down. So we're doing a lot of work here to get it ready for Q-Bell as well. And then in the bottom area of this cell, the Western Flowway B cell, we like to have, basically you have typha, so I'm blanking on the common name, cattails. So you have cattails, and we like to have this like checkerboard pattern of crosses of cattail on the outside and open water on the inside that has SAV. Well, we've had a lot of encroachment of that emergent vegetation, the cattail, into the SAV, so we're doing a lot of work in here to clean out those central pockets so we have SAV, because the top part is where cattail does the lion's share of the work of taking out phosphorus, and SAV does the great polishing at the bottom end. So that's work that we're doing here. And then you know about 5-6, and we have difficulty keeping it hydrated, so that's why the C-139 FEB is being built, and the connection to the lake will help keep this hydrated so this vegetation can stay healthy year-round. And the spring breakers are back in STA2, so this is a big draw, big deal, and Audubon actually goes and does some tours to people who want to come see these spring breakers. Looking at Biscayne Bay, this is totally not correct anymore. So like John, I'll move on. I'm sure that salinity has declined. And then coming into where we were on the 9th, you see we talked about that the top end of the system has dried down a lot. And that's going to have an impact on wading bird use. But we have kept that connectivity almost completely through Shark River Slough. Again, this data is now kind of old and obsolete, so we'll have to come back next week or next month and see where we are. But this area, we've been doing operations to bring water around and try to keep this area hydrated. Alley North colony that is so important for ibis is about right here. And as we look and see, I'm going to go down real fast. And look at that colony, there's 2,000 to 6,000 white ibis there. If it's gangbusters, it can be up to 60,000. So it's not a big of a wading bird foraging year based on the drier conditions. But as Dr. Cook spoke to y'all last month, we have a really good year. We can have a couple of years that are not so as good performing as the other 2 years, and the population is okay. So that's kind of where we are there. Then coming back here, Mr. Bergeron, you had asked about what are we doing in Water Conservation Area 2A. And we have this hydrologic study that is underway where they have 40 different pressure transducers, which after they do a little math, it tells you what water depth is. So we have this nice grid pattern of water depth sensors across this entire Water Conservation 2A. Because remember, up here, it's much higher in topography. Down here, it's much lower. Currently, the water control plan is tied to one structure that is in the middle. So when we go and we look at data, and you have, okay, if the regulation gauge here is reading 14.2, in October of last year and October of this year, even though it's the same depth here, you do not see the same conditions at the upper end. It's very dry in this year, and this year it's not. Then if you look just from within the same year, you have 12.1 here and here. This is much drier than this one is. So kind of where the scientists are looking, they're saying that, there's so much variation in here, and the current regulation schedule is based on one gauge. Do we need to go back and revisit that and maybe have a regulation schedule that looks at different locations within it? Not necessarily changing, regulation, but changing how we flow water in and through. What change can we do to operations to deal with this gradient and topography to try to have a habitat that is usable?
Sorry, can I interrupt with a question?
Surely.
Where are we on that? Because that's something we've talked about for a couple years or longer.
Sure.
To me, it seems
We
like
are going to be concluding in 2023 with our data collection. So
Mhm.
then it'll probably take about, I would give the scientists a half a year to really get through that data and work it up before we provide recommendations.
Because what's it called, the water gauge? The water gauge is not a complicated or relatively expensive
Well,
thing, is it?
what this gauge is, it's not the gauge itself, but this is where the water control plan looks at what is staged
Understood.
there.
Yeah.
So it's considering that, but there's so much variation above and below that when you look at a water control plan, perhaps you want to have a couple of gauges. You want to have an average of that. You want to do something different than
Right.
just looking at one that can't grab that spatial, variation by one point.
Right, understood. But that's why it just seems self-evident to me that you'd want multiple gauges.
Correct.
But we've,
Yes, sir.
and they're not that expensive.
Oh, putting a gauge in wouldn't. It's the process of changing a water control plan that takes time.
It's the plan, right?
Yes, sir.
But then we're gonna, right, okay. The plan comes after the gauges or before?
It would come, that's an Army Corps-driven process. So we would engage with the Army Corps to look at, all right, we're going to go through a planning process of looking at this water control plan. We're going to reopen it, and we're going to use data that we have. And John wants to go ahead and jump in.
Bona fide. So, Mr. Steinley, the Corps of Engineers is very soon in the near future going to start public scoping for what they are calling CEP 1.0, Central Everglades Planning Project 1.0, which covers the operations of the southern portion of the system. So Area 2A in that revisit of the schedule will be included in that process. So the Corps is going to start that here soon.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Steinley, I don't know if this helps answer your question. Also, this is Jen. There are already, I think, 7 or 8 additional gauges that we receive data from within this conservation area. So we already have more than one data point.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But something that this study is really kind of ferreting out is that the stage of this canal and the type of vegetation that has grown in this area really determines how water is going to move through here. So there is a berm that is here that is estimated to be at about 14 feet. And as long as the depth is above that at 16.4, water can move pretty much where it needs to go throughout this part of Water Conservation Area 2A. However, when water is below that depth, it flows down to the bottom and only starts to hydrate from this side. So here is a potential opportunity for doing vegetation management work, some sort of earth work that would allow for a non-preferential flow path under all of the different canal depths, and it could help alleviate that kind of situation.
I think you have two things going on there. Number one, I think you have the S10 structures, and there is a berm that's restricting the natural flow, and then you have the cattails on top of it. So removing the cattails, removing the berm would let water levels come in by gravity and sheet flow across all of 2A.
Yes, sir.
But I think what you're talking about, because we've been, every year we're a foot to a foot and a half above schedule. What schedule was set that's compatible with the wildlife and the plant communities. So I think you're trying to move that schedule up to a higher level.
Not necessarily. We're trying to see, we're in conjunction with the work that we're doing with water depth, we're also generating vegetation maps that show what vegetation is like at different water depths. So just like, I've spoke about it before, is there a way, this is also where we've done what is called the CHIP project, and that's where we went and excluded vegetation from really large areas. You can see them from satellite, these real big squares, and tried to say, hey, if we open this real dense cattail up and allow it to revegetate a little bit naturally, what happens? And it provides habitat that wasn't there before when it's dense, rank cattail. So it could be in here, you know, with vegetation that is dense and rank, what can you do in there to create usable habitat within what is there instead of trying to change everything that's within there? So work within the hydrology and the vegetation that's there. What can we go in and do physically to try to create a habitat that is useful that currently is not?
Mhm. Well, I've seen an awful lot of changes in that area, and I can remember that, you know, when you look in the sloughs, you used to see maiden cane, but because of the high water, you see lily pads, you know, which is more of a deep water plant community.
Right.
So a lot of things have changed with, you know, keeping that water level as high as, or above the schedule that was set. And I think, wouldn't we have to communicate with FWC too in regards to compatible water levels with?
Yes, and as John spoke to, the
wildlife?
process that would occur, led by the Army Corps, it is a stakeholder process, so everybody will be at the table.
Well, if you remove the berm and you get rid of the cattails and water flows naturally by gravity, that's more water that can go through the S11s and rehydrate the northern end of 3A on to Everglades National Park. But I think what we have to make sure is that whatever water level we're going to hold in there needs to be compatible with the wildlife, 360 species of birds and all our plant communities. And I lived in that area for 8 years. Went home every night in an airboat, so I can remember what it looked like and water levels that were really compatible when the place was just loaded with wildlife. So I hope we get to a good point on what that water level is.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Coming down into Florida Bay, this is probably a little obsolete as well. I was looking at the gauges before, and we've already had declines over here where it was a bit high. But you see, if you look at the interquartile range, we're at the top of the interquartile range, but rain events that come across now, before I was going to say that, you know, when we get to this point in our operations here are such that we're not able to move water, that this becomes more rain-driven, but we have a lot of water there now that's coming down, so I think we're going to be just fine in Florida Bay. And I thank you, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Olepich.
One quick question and then a question about the STA page. Is it the L67, is that in Water Conservation Area 2 or is that in Water Conservation Area 3? That one that goes diagonally?
It's 3.
It's in 3?
Yes.
So there's no big structure like that in Water Conservation Area 2?
Water Conservation Area, there, let's go back. So you have Water Conservation Area 1, Water Conservation Area 2A and B, Water Conservation Area 3A, and Water Conservation Area 3B, and then
Okay.
Everglades National Park.
So is that line in?
This is the L67.
Okay, and then the line in the 2, is that the Hillsborough Canal? Or what is that?
John, what is that?
No, as Lawrence was pointing to the graph right where his pointer is right now, that's the levee that separates
Okay.
WCA 2A and WCA 2B.
So there is a levee.
Correct.
So it's not, is it the same type of thing as the L67?
Correct. It's a
Okay.
step-down levee.
What's a step-down levee? It just means it makes it go from a higher
Water, yes,
to a
water levels
lower?
are higher and then steps down to lower water levels. So the good example is Conservation Area 3A. When you go across the L67s that Lawrence was pointing to into Area 3B, 3B was created as a step down from higher water levels in A, you step it down to lower water levels in B, and then you get over into the more urbanized, populated areas.
Okay, thank you. Could you please go to the STA?
Surely. Oops.
chart.
This one or this one?
That one. So again, we're basically at the end of our water year, right? So 1 million acre feet through the stormwater treatment areas. And then, but it was like 2 million acre feet were going into Lake Okeechobee, was that right? About? So, you know, for a simple way, for a simple person to try to look at this, so a million acre feet went somewhere else besides going south. And it probably went to the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie and Lake Worth Lagoon. Is that fair to say?
No.
No? Okay.
A lot of that water is still retained within Lake Okeechobee.
Okay.
And that's why the lake is at 14.2.
Okay. Okay. So, the stormwater treatment areas, we talked, or we thanked Mark Perry and Florida Oceanographic for their white paper on the stormwater treatment areas. And, you know, this is it's an uncomfortable thing, and it's nothing any of us really want to talk about. But I think it's really important to talk about what is, and I think what I'm kind of seeing in the conversations lately, and I'm glad to see it because I think we do have to talk about it, is you all are talking more and more about the Q-Bell and your responsibility to the Q-Bell, and you're reminding us of the responsibility of the Q-Bell. And so for people who are hoping that more water goes through the stormwater treatment areas, it may be a hard pill to swallow, but we should probably be aware that it's going to be even more difficult while we're trying to meet this Q-Bell. Is that a fair thing to say? That because if you go back to John's chart, you know, it's been 4 years now. It's great. It's been 4 years, and we have these great charts, and we have our own history now. But, you know, we were always comparing that, you know, the blue part to the orange part, and we used to have a percentage on it, and then we didn't use the percentage anymore because it was kind of misleading. But I think we would say it wasn't a great year this year for waters of Lake Okeechobee to go through the stormwater treatment areas. But what do you, as our guidance scientists, see as our expectation over the next 2 or 3 years, as the district's main goal is to achieve the Q-Bell?
Sure. And really how we have been set up this year for moving water through the STAs, and in conjunction with the vegetation work that we want to be able to do within the STAs, the reprieve that they require that was used in Losum that says, hey, at the end of the wet season, we need to have, you know, let them kind of relax over the next couple of months. It was really how rainfall fell this last year that dictated the condition of the STAs and what work we needed to do. So looking forward, there have been years where if you have steady rainfall throughout the year, the amount of vegetation work that you have to do over the dry season isn't as great. We have been doing a lot of construction with restoration strategies that we have to come back and vegetate behind. So this year is kind of a culmination of a lot of different things coming together at one time, and at a time where everybody, including me, wanted water to go south, because I would like to see it in the top end of Water Conservation Area 3A ecologically. So when I get up here and I have to talk about different parts of the system, I'm invested in every single one of them. And you know, I know that there are choices that we have to make at certain times for the best benefit in one of them to help us get somewhere. But the issue with the STAs this year has just been all of the construction that we've been doing, trying to get restoration strategies done, the vegetation and the work that's associated with that, and then how rainfall fell a lot in the beginning of the year, a lot at the end of the year, kept it deep to where they need that minute to breathe, and then we go back in and we do our work. So that's kind of why this year has been so difficult. Moving forward, you know, it's predicated on rainfall, but the work that we're doing now I am certain we are going to see the benefit and the health of the vegetation when I'm up here and we're talking about this at the same point in time next year, and then with years coming.
Thank you, Lawrence.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else have questions, comments? Mr. Bergeron.
So you apparently had about a million acre feet of water that went through the STAs
Yes, sir.
this last year. Combined with, and I guess 95% of that was out of the EAA area. Correct?
Yes, sir.
5% out of the lake. Then you have other volumes that me and John have been talking about that's coming in through the S9. I don't know whether, do we know what volume come in through the S9 on top of this volume?
As of Wednesday, it was 229,000 acre feet this water year.
Okay, out of the S9. Then you have another inflow from the interceptor.
Correct. That was roughly 150,000 acre feet as of Wednesday.
Okay, and that made up your average of about 1,500,000 acre feet that flowed south.
That coupled with the million that came in from the north made for the total of just about 1.4 million acre feet into the water conservation areas.
Plus direct rainfall.
Plus direct, yes.
Right. So you had the average in an average rain year actually flow south pretty well unrestricted because of the seepage wall being put in and all the good things that we have been doing to keep water flowing naturally. So it's going to be interesting to see in the future how much water can come out of the lake on top of those volumes moving south. We're moving water south. And like I said earlier, we had a pretty average year. We didn't have any high water events in the Central Everglades. And we had the average of 1,500,000 acre feet moving south. So how much water in the future, depending on the STA's ability to clean, could ever expect that would be going south? Because we're already meeting the average moving south now.
So when you talk about out into the future, if you're taking into consideration all of the infrastructure that we're putting in the ground right now, between us and the Corps of Engineers, then the overall, if I remember the numbers and the modeling correctly, you're pushing close to the 2 million acre feet number. I mean, once the EAA reservoir is online and operational, that's the game changer about moving all that water and increasing up beyond the additional 300,000 acre feet that was called for in 2000 when SERP was first envisioned.
So that just shows how important the EAA reservoir is.
Yes, sir.
To minimizing discharges out the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie. Okay, thank you.
I have to jump in.
Mr. Bartlett.
Yeah, so Lawrence talked about what could be different when we're standing here this time next year. We could have a 6,000 acre brand new STA, right, dedicated to lake water. So, we're doing the modeling to come up with an operations plan. We expect to cut that ribbon in September, get the plants growing, and maybe have it ready if we need it, to move that lake water. And that's a lake water STA, right? So kind of exciting. But anyway, y'all advanced that, and here we are.
You're talking to C-43?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the A2 stormwater treatment area.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yep. Game changer. Thanks.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 31, which is the staff reports, and we'll go to Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon. So the monthly financial report is through the month of February. The month of February, we spent $97 million. We collected $32 million. That's a net 35. So with these trends continuing, as we're starting to see, when you look within your financials, you look at your Everglades Restoration, your O&M, your two biggest expenditure areas within the program, the district. Restoration being reimbursable. So the month of February, we spent $67 million in restoration, but gained $5 million in revenue. So staff and I are looking at ways to expedite, even more so, bringing in revenue to the district, because now we're looking at our cash balances on a daily basis. And because as we peak heavier into construction, those payments are going to go out, and they're going to be larger. So we need to change our model a little bit. So I just want you to know that we are actively looking at that. Ad valorem, we've collected $275 million out of 306. We're 89.7% collected. Trend is 89.5, so we're 0.2% ahead, so we're doing okay on that aspect. Moving on to the second item, which is the disposition of fixed assets. Each year, I do bring to you the disposition of fixed assets. It's a requirement per Chapter 274, Florida statutes, which authorizes the South Florida Water Management District to dispose of obsolete, tangible personal property as surplus. The governing board delegated its authority to the executive director. Executive director then further designated this authority to the Administrative Services Division Director. Section 274.07 Florida statute requires that the district record in its minutes the tangible personal property disposed of under Chapter 274. A list of the tangible personal property declared as surplus is described as a separate document in the meeting packet under Agenda Item 31. And a hard copy is available for anyone interested. So to get to the meat of this item, for fiscal year 2022, staff removed 589 fixed assets. Those include vehicles, diving equipment, obsolete computers, monitoring equipment, and other equipment, with a net book value of $323,895 from the district's fixed asset records. You have 2 staff members that perform these operations across our AOR, our 16 counties. Those 2 staff members did take the opportunity to surplus some of the fixed assets that were in good enough condition to sell. And they generated $425,736. So that's a net gain of $101,000. So I wanted to bring that up because they do work very hard. And they are in the finance department, Karen Kempf and Javier. The net gain represents 0.20 of the total net value of $51 million. So the final item to mention is that we do have our current fiscal year 22 audit that is concluding. We are hopeful to bring that to you in June. But at the same time, the state auditors are going to start their process this month. They come every 3 years, and they are auditing October of 2021 through March of 2023. So that concludes my report.
Thanks. The $400,000 from the disposition of assets, does that go into operating cash?
Yes.
So that'll help a tiny bit?
Well, let me clarify that. So it depends on how that asset was originally purchased. So if the basin purchased an asset and that asset was sold, then the basin gets those proceeds. If the general revenue, Okeechobee Basin, et cetera, purchases those assets, the revenue goes back into those funds. And it's the same if it was purchased, with a dedicated fund, mitigation, et cetera.
Okay. And as far as the cash flow issue goes, I know 3 or 4 years ago, we started working more closely with DEP.
Yes.
Or not more closely, but we changed their payment schedule.
Yes.
So that they were paying monthly, I think.
Yes.
And is that something that's still happening? Does that help, or?
It is, and it does, but after analyzing how staff are pulling that data, I dug into the data a little more, and they're pulling a month. So, and that sounds reasonable, right? A month, and we're billing monthly. But if you're pulling April 1st, the month April 1st, you're pulling data for a month, and you're pulling for the month of February, there are payments that went out the month of March. So when I analyzed it, because we said monthly, they're pulling monthly to stick to monthly. What I'm asking now is that you pull from the date that you pull the data, all expenses that have went out, not just a month. So it's
Okay.
rolling now.
Gotcha.
So that will gain potentially another, hopefully $30 million on top of about the 30 that we're bringing in, so.
Does that bring you to, I mean, we've talked about this over the past, well, 6 to 12 months, where we are paying out more quickly than we're receiving, and you had talked about this, the billing, frequency or pace of billing.
Yeah.
So you think, how much of now that you go on a rolling basis, how much of the gap do you think that will resolve?
So the only thing that's skewing things right now that I haven't been able to really dig into and analyze and then talk with staff about is that we've thrown another layer in to where we are now doing ACH versus checks, which means when an ACH goes out, it hits immediately. It hits your cash immediately versus a check hits your financial system, but it doesn't hurt your cash until they cash the check. So, we're having larger ACH payments go out and smaller check payments go out because more vendors are getting on the ACH process, which we're getting up to times. The district still does cut checks, print checks from a special printer and mail them out. Most companies are not doing that. They're doing ACH.
Is there any way in our contracts, Chauncey, you would know this, is there any way in our contracts that, do we build in a little bit of flexibility in terms, what's our term payments?
A net 30 for construction, net 30. We have to, by law, we have to pay.
By law, you have to pay net 30, okay. And you would say, on average, we're being reimbursed
We're being
60?
60, yeah, 30,
So that's
60.
a good gap.
Yeah, so now, and again, it's not on DEP, it's on how, we've been pulling our data. Staff, we went from actually over 120 days plus of floating down to cutting it in half to now I want to try to cut it.
Right,
in
and
half
it hasn't mattered because we haven't had the big draws, but now that we've got the big draws,
Yes,
we're feeling it.
Yes, as well as you spend your cash down, your cash disposition becomes less liquid. You don't have as much,
Is there anything else that we can help you with in terms of resources to manage this better? I mean, do you need do you have what you need internally? Do you need a consultant to help you, with this, or?
Jen has been working very closely with me and being very supportive in providing me resources and allowing me to have additional resources if I need it. We're looking into that to see if we need additional, resources, like additional staff member, to help, like a contract staff member, et cetera, to help with this process, because it is tedious. There's a lot of manual, you have to pull packages together, et cetera. It's manual. It's one person that's doing it right now.
Yep.
So.
Well, and the other angle I worry about is what we had a mini episode of last fall.
Yes.
which was we hold our fixed income assets to maturity. And we sort of saw the SVB before SVB saw it, right? Or we had a little bit of a cost to sell bonds because we needed the
Yes.
cash to pay.
Yes.
So I worry about that too. So
Yeah.
clearly this is something that we have to resolve.
Yes.
Because the bills are going to continue to increase.
Right, right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
It sounds like we're running a dairy farm now.
We can pay in cows. Any other questions or comments? Thanks, Ms. Heater.
All right, thank you.
We'll go to the general counsel's report. Ms. Fincher.
Good afternoon, board members. I don't have a report for you today.
Thank you, Ms. Fincher. Is there any general public comment, Rosie?
We have one, Mr. Chairman, Mark Perry.
I get to do a lot of walking to come up there. Thank you. Yeah, I think the STA presentations are really good, and thank you to Mr. Glenn for really bringing that out and kind of simplifying kind of the water levels within the STAs and being able to kind of describe what's going on in there. It's a lot easier than following the previous graphics and things. And I appreciate you updating these presentations into what is posted before the meeting is current is the draft presentations, but appreciate that. And again, looking at that bar graph with, only 43,000 acre feet going from the lake south through the STAs and then over 1 million acre feet from the EA basin runoff through the STAs and water conservation into the water conservation areas. Again, that blue bar graph that has been demonstrated as we're at the end of that water year, this water year, and that's kind of where, things have been going. We're trying to kind of get more equity into that, and the idea behind the white paper, and again, looking at what we can do within the EA basin runoff to store and treat that water. Please refer to some of the references like by Bauman et al. From University of Florida and IFAS describe how BMPs use retention detention for just that purpose. So kind of looking into that. But the idea of, what was interesting about Mr. Mitnick's presentation, of course, was that kind of back pumping, if you will, from S9 back into the system to get rid of that floodwater on the East Coast. I remember the S9 case going all the way to Supreme Court back in '98 when it started, but it's also the pumping, I think he mentioned, of going back up into 5.6, STA 5.6, in order to rehydrate. You saw STA 5.6 really dry. And there was mention, and even at the meetings yesterday out there, about connecting 5.6 to the lake, have a better connection to the lake to allow that 5.6 to be hydrated and utilize 5.6 to that extent by the lake, which will be a good thing. I appreciate also putting in Lake Worth Lagoon into all those kind of presentations, and that works out too. Just remembering the BMPs, in May 12th last year, Jen Reynolds presented the BMP NEEP programs to you. And with that 5-year averaging look, I mean, the Lake Okeechobee watershed was about 5 times higher, 529 metric tons a year and 214 parts per billion. The St. Lucie estuary was about 4 times higher in nitrogen and 2 times higher in phosphorus loadings that were occurring. So I'm encouraging you to get back, and it was brought up about this interagency agreement kind of about NEEP, about the 3 agencies getting together on a monthly, regular basis. And I think Ms. Lippisch brought up before, so please encourage that, and let's get NEEP back on the presentation, maybe next month, which would be appropriate annual time. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional public comment for this item.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Mark, for your comments. Before we go into board comments, I want to remind everyone that immediately following this meeting, we're going to hold the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corporation annual meeting. The Leasing Corporation was established to oversee the proper fiscal management of certification of participation COPS funds. The COPS were issued in 2006 to finance several capital projects. Sole members of the leasing corporation are the governing board members. So board members, please remain seated for the leasing corporation meeting. It'll start about 2 minutes after this one. And right after the leasing corp meeting, we're going to have the audit and finance committee meeting. So stick around for that if you can. And now we'll go to board comment. If there's any, Mr. Butler.
Just one comment. I meant to make it this morning, I forgot. Last month, I mentioned our former governing board chairman, Joe Collins. I'm happy to get to report. Joe got to come home from the hospital last week, and I heard he was in the office this Monday. So he's doing much better.
Thanks very much for that. Ms. Meads?
Nothing. Thank you.
Go on.
Nothing other than I'll see you on the West Coast next month, which will be very nice.
Looking
Thank
forward to
you.
the drive.
Yeah, the drive, that's right.
Mr. Olipich?
I asked earlier, and Ms. Reynolds was not in the room, and so I'm going to take this opportunity to follow through on my question about the triangle, the NEAT, because every month we get this wonderful sheet in our packet, and we can read through it, and it is almost always full of continued progress based on the previous month. But I had a special question for Ms. Reynolds, and I'm going to let her tell us about it briefly, please.
So, Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch, I believe your question was, did we meet and what's going on? So we did meet. As you know, FDACS has a new Director of Water policy, and so he was able to participate in the meeting, and so West Gregory, Adam Blaylock, myself, and several members of our staffs all met in St. Cloud last month. And we talked about projects that we're working on. We talked about some of the data that we're seeing in some of the basins. Some of that information was highlighted in some of the poster sessions yesterday. But also we talked about the agreement. As you know, last year we had prepared the agreement, we signed it, DEP signed it, and then it hung out in FDACS in an inbox and didn't get completed. We talked about that at our meeting, and I'm happy to report that as of this morning, the new agreement with slightly modified language that we are all in agreement on is routing for signature. And so I should be able to report next month that we have a signed and active agreement.
That is fantastic. And I think what I said to Ms. Reynolds, I can say again, and it's that no matter how much technology can bring to us, there is nothing like being face-to-face with people and getting to talk, get to know each other, forming relationships. And I am just so excited because I know that those are three very special people who can make a lot happen. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Olipich. Mr. Steinle? No comment. Thanks. Mr. Bergeron?
I always have a comment, but I'll make it brief. I would like Colonel Reynolds to give us a little update on moving water south on the Tamiami Trail. I know you've had some meetings with DOT, and be nice for the fellow board to follow what we're working on together.
Sure. So we've also had some meetings over the last couple of weeks, particularly about the Panther Corridor. I know that that's been of great interest, and Mr. Bergeron always asks about it at every opportunity. And so a little bit of an update on that. First of all, today in the consent agenda, you approved us to enter into the agreement that will allow us to put electricity along the L28 levee, which has to do with the 3 culverts that Mr. Bergeron brings up and asks for updates on. And so that will move us forward with that. We are looking at bringing the construction contract to the board in a couple of months that will allow us to actually move forward on that construction for all of that conduit. In addition, we have completed the modeling for those 3 culverts in the L28, and we are working on specific design, and we will be bringing a construction contract later this calendar year for those culverts. In conjunction with that, we have finalized the modeling that is associated with the smaller culverts that need to go under US 41 and Loop Road to make sure that that sheet flow of water is able to continue to move south in the southwestern part of the system. And we have general agreement on where those culverts need to go. And so we're finalizing those locations with the Corps. And so there's a series of review as we take a look at the modeling results and the existing topography and the existing culverts, and just making sure that we have agreement with the Corps on what that plan needs to look like. Then we'll proceed into a exercise where we'll look at the existing culverts and decide, do they just need to be, are they adequate? Do they need to be tweaked, modified, cleaned, made more operable, or do they need to be replaced, moved, and that sort of thing. And so that's the next part of the process. In conjunction with all of that, we have been meeting with DOT, FWC, and the Fish and Wildlife Service in order to take a look at the Panther Corridor and make sure that as we're doing not just this project associated with the Western Everglades, but all of our projects and mitigation for our various other projects throughout our area, that we're looking at opportunities to collaborate and make sure that the Panther mitigation and the projects that we're doing incorporate things like Panther crossings and putting Panther mitigation or projects that enhance Panther habitat together in a true corridor. What has been sort of happening is Panther mitigation is being purchased as individual Panther mitigation credits from Panther mitigation banks, and it's in a series of areas that are not necessarily connected to one another, and so it doesn't truly create a corridor. And I'm happy to report that the agencies are really focused on looking at how do we do this in a more collaborative way, and there's actually a summit that's being hosted by FWC on, and this is one of the primary topics for that summit in May, the end of May. And so we'll be participating in that as well.
Well, thank you, Colonel Reynolds. That's a big step forward on having water flowing south across 80 miles, not just the river of grass. So we don't have a cumulative backup of water when we start following the gravity flow, natural flow, onto Florida Bay and the 10,000 Islands. So sooner the better. Move water south. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Vice Chair Wagner, if you're on and you'd like to make a comment, you may.
I'm on, but I have no comment today. Thank you.
Hey, I hope you feel better. Moving to my public comment, I don't have much to say except thanks very much to all those who joined the poster session for the South Florida Environmental Report. This organization has just incredible science, and it has incredible scientists, and it's really fun to be able to see, and it makes our work as policymakers a whole lot easier to have really good science to stand on. So thank you all for that. As Colonel Roman mentioned, we're going to be over on the West Coast next month. Looking forward to that, and I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting, and we will meet back up in about 2 minutes. Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm going to call the annual meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Court to order. It's April 13th, 2023. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the April 14th, 2022 meeting minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Thank
Second.
you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Mr. Brown, you can present agenda items 4 and 5.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present two items for your consideration. The first being ratification of the officers which are established by the bylaws of the corporation. They are Mr. Goss as the president, Mr. Wagner as the vice president, Mr. Bartlett as the secretary, and Mr. Mitnick as the treasurer.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on that?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any board discussion on that item? Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to ratify the officers. Are there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
No public comment on that? Very shocking.
I know.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
And sir, the second item for your consideration is the annual budget report for the corporation related to the debt service payment in the amount of $30,295,125.
Thanks, Mr. Brown. Do we have any public comment on that?
No, we don't.
Is there board discussion? I need a motion to approve that annual budget.
I'll move to approve the budget.
I'll second it, please.
I have a motion and a second to approve the annual budget. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Rosie, is any further public comment?
We don't have any, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all for coming. I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
I'm going to call the Audit and Finance Committee meeting April 13th to, April 13th to order. And the first item is to approve the minutes for the December 8th, 2022 meeting. Any changes to those meeting minutes?
No. No.
Can I ask for, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I'll call the question. Ms. Meads?
Yes?
Ms. Thurlow-Lipish?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Third item is summary of investments as of December 31st, 2022. Ms. Weinberg will run through that for us.
Good afternoon. So I will be giving my presentation in sort of two parts because I realize this is dated. It's already since December 31st, but I did want to speak on what the portfolio looked like as of December 31st, and then I'll speak to what it looks like post-investments and then current. So it's split up a little bit, but I'll be as detailed as possible to so not confuse anyone. So the market environment, rates increased significantly. They increased 4 times since my last portfolio update, which was as of October 2022. And they increased 7 times in 2022 and 9 times since rates started going up. So this has been a huge, huge market upswing, and it's affected many investors. In November, the rates increased 75 basis points, December 50 basis points, February 25 basis points, and March another 25. So we're seeing a downslide in the Fed tightening. And Fed funds are now 4.75 to 5%, keeping in mind that just early March 2022, they were 0, and now 5%. Huge, huge jump. U.S. growth is forecasted to decrease to 1.4% in 2023 and then a further to 1% in 2024. Global growth is forecasted to decrease from the actual 3.4% in 2022 to 2.9% in 2023, and then we'll see a slight increase to 3.1% in 2024. So in essence, growth is overall weak, but we're still seeing a high core inflation percentage. Again, as I mentioned, we're definitely seeing the trending decrease in the Fed funds tightening. Now, that being said, if labor markets continue to trend as they are, tightly, which means low unemployment, what that means is that employers are having difficulty finding viable candidates. So what that's translating into are higher wages, which then that translates into higher costs for goods and services and higher spending, thus the inflation cycle continues. And that will lead to a tighter monetary policy by the Fed. So we have yet to see how that will play out. But even with the higher prices, consumers are still spending. They continue to spend, but they're spending on credit cards. They're accumulating debt. And instead of utilizing funds in savings or available funds, and this sort of spending just exacerbates inflation. Our investment strategy, we invested $110 million into money market funds earning an average yield of 5%, which equates to $458,000 per month earnings on those funds. We were earning 1% in the operating account, so take that 110 million, 1%, that's $92,000 a month. So we're earning an additional $367,000 a month on those investments, just by moving them from one cash bucket to another cash bucket. Our mortgage percentage dropped to 40% post-investment. Back when rates were virtually 0, we invested quite a bit, and we maxed out that mortgage-backed security bucket, which is why we increased it from 30% initially to 50%, because that's the only place where you can garner any yield back then. But now that we have the inverted yield curve and the short-term funds are earning more than the longer-term funds, we want to stay in the short-term funds. An example is on the money markets, as I mentioned, are earning 5%, and a 3-year agency bond is 4.08%. So why would you lock in at 3 years when you could overnight money? Yeah, yeah. The operating account was at 13% of the total portfolio post-investment on 3/1. But I did want to just mention, and I'll get into this further later on in my presentation, we are keeping that number even lower on a daily basis, and we're tightening up the cash forecast on a daily basis. We're monitoring every expenditure, every revenue, and we're forecasting every day. Every day, we're sending out a daily cash position just so we can keep those monies so short. The yield on cash and investments as of 12/31 was 1.36%, and post-investing, our yield increased to 2.22%. Interest earnings through 12/31/2022 are at $1.8 million, and through 2/28 are at $3.5 million. Our budgeted earnings for fiscal '23 are at $3.8 million, and I'm conservatively forecasting $7 million in interest earnings for FY '23. The number most likely will come out higher, but I forecast conservatively. This shows just how inverted the yield curve is in these interest rates. If you take a look at the state pool, the 3-month Treasury bill, the 2-year Treasury, they're all 4% and above. And the 5 and 10 are at, 5 is at 3.6 and 10 is at 3.48. So again, why would you go out that long right now in this market environment? Which is exactly why we put the 110 into the money markets. And the state pool is actually today earning 4.98%. So even from the end of March, which was 4.84% to present 2 weeks later, it's gone up even more significantly. So again, we're going to keep a minimal amount in the operating account, garner a higher yield overall, but maintaining liquidity and a tight cash forecast, and earn higher earnings as well. Again, this is our snapshot through through 12/31/2022. District earned $1.8 million in investment earnings. The book yield on investments only is at 1.6%. The yield on the cash portion was at 1.05% as of 12/31, and it spiked to 3.35% post-investment. And now with the operating account being at a lower balance, as of today, I ran the numbers, our yield on cash is 4.23%, so it's really increased quite significantly. We had 58% invested in cash and 42% in cash and cash equivalents as of 12/31/2022, and keeping in mind that just 2 months prior, as of 10/31, we were at 88% in cash and 12% invested. That's a huge turnaround. Now this is our portfolio breakdown. As of 12/31, we were sitting on $554 million on our portfolio. So you can see we're heavily loaded in the operating account. We were at 42%, $231 million in that operating account. So that's why we went ahead and invested into those money market accounts. Mortgages were at 36.18% in December versus 52% back in October. And in this slide, you'll see our money market balances are still low because these are pre-investment figures. This slide shows our benchmark comparisons. Our book yield is at 1.05%. It's much lower than the index, again, because we had so much monies in the operating account at 1%, so that really drug our yield down. On the investment side, we are still in that catch-up mode. We're at 1.58% as of 12/31 versus the index of 4.49%. And that 4.49 was generally where money markets are and where they were as of 12/31. Now, it's important to note that the index just rides the yield curve. They don't cover operating expenses. They just ride up that yield curve. So whatever money markets are paying, short-term is paying, that is what the index is going to show. But from a corporation and entity standpoint, it takes us some time to catch up with that because of the huge upswing. But we continue to dollar cost average on a regular basis just to catch ourselves up. Also, what I wanted to mention is we have bonds on the books with lower yields when we were purchasing at virtually 0% between the years of 2020 and 2022. So thus, the dollar cost averaging to catch up is a prudent strategy. We increase earnings without any shock to the portfolio. Now, this is my post-investment portfolio breakdown. So post-investment of that $110 million into which we invested into Federated Money Market Fund and the SBA or Florida Prime or State Pool Fund. We have a $495 million portfolio balance, and this is down $59 million since December 31. So what that's saying is that in the month of January and the month of February, we net spent $60 million, $30 million a month, and that's including expenditures and incoming funds. It's a net $60 million that we spent. Cash and cash equivalents are at 36%, and our invested funds are at 64% as of 3/1. But I ran the numbers again as of today, just so I can give you the most current, and we are at 70% invested and 30% cash and cash equivalents, which that's our magic number. That's where we always want to be.
So this is, Lucy, sorry, this is before we did the second sweep in the money market?
This is including everything. This is including my first 230 pieces, the 60 million, and then after we spoke, the 50 million. So
Okay.
this includes everything.
And you want to hold that equal amount in the operating account, even though the money market account is daily liquidity too?
No, the operating account as of today is 24 million.
So that's down, okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to give current numbers. This is as of 3/1.
Yep.
We have 24 million in operating account, which is 5% of the entire portfolio.
Okay, because you've spent that.
Yes, and also we're just monitoring the cash forecast on a daily basis and our cash position on a daily basis. So we're just more active in that management because the short term is just yielding so much yield.
Yep.
Also, our expenditures are increasing, so we need to be liquid.
In terms of risk, obviously with what's going on recently, where do the operating account is a cash account.
Yes.
Have we spread out our cash exposure, or is that held at a single bank?
Well, the operating account, that's a QPD, Qualified Public Depository.
Okay, so that's a state,
Certain banks have what's called qualified public depositories, which means should something happen that the bank goes under, they'll make us whole.
Okay, that's a different, I'm unfamiliar with that. So that's a different protection than FDIC,
Yes,
which
'cause
is more of a
FDIC
consumer protection.
FDIC, I believe, is up to 250,
Right.
250,000. But QPD, Qualified Public Depository, is they make you whole. And we, as an agency, we have to invest in a QPD.
Okay.
It's required by law.
Okay, so that risk is mitigated there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So now, as I mentioned, the mortgage-backed securities are a more reasonable 40% number. And as mortgages pay down, that number is just going to decrease, decrease, decrease. So we'll see that go down. And one thing I want to mention, as rates start to go down, keeping in mind the rates on the money markets, that's going to go down as well. And we can see that happen quickly. And we don't want to be in a position where we've got $110 million now earning a lower amount. I don't think rates are going to go back to 0%, but after speaking with some economists and brokers, everyone is kind of thinking that they'll settle at 2%. So 2% is better than 0%, but at that point, once we see that, we're going to have to think forward, and if we have the excess funds, invest longer term again, once the curve isn't inverted, and once we start seeing yields go down. So that's not for now, but that's just something to everyone to keep in the back of their minds as a strategy. This is a snapshot, brief wrap-up of post-investment. Again, as mentioned, we are now earning 2.2% on cash and investments, 1.36 prior to investing. And the yield now is at 2.38%, so it keeps bumping up as the operating account balance goes down. Cash alone is earning 3.35%, whereas in December it was 1.05%, And as of today, cash is earning 4.23%. And this is, as I mentioned, because our operating account now has $24 million and not $100 million. So we're 5% of the whole portfolio in our operating account. And the difference between the 5% that we're getting and the 1% that we were earning in the operating account is $367,000 additional earnings right to our operating account. We were at 64% invested and 36% cash and cash equivalents. And as I mentioned, as of today, we're at the 70-30. So in essence, we're going to continue to dollar cost average, make the most of the higher yielding short-term environment, and keeping the operating account as minimal as we can while covering operating expenses and maintaining that daily liquidity, which is very important for us. And with that, does anybody have any questions? I know it's a lot of numbers, a lot of percentages. So if you need me to speak on anything, I'd be happy to.
Any questions? Sure.
Lucy, thank you so much. I'm just curious, has there ever been a situation like this before where you've had to check your cash balances every day?
No, because we used to keep a higher percentage in cash just to cover. Just on a side note, I now have an assistant treasurer on staff that is taking on and helping me just be able to get a tighter grasp on everything. So I'm able to do the higher level work, and she's looking on a daily cash position, which is extremely helpful. So that's allowing us to really garner like a tight grip on that cash forecast. And it's a work in progress. We're still trying to get information, variables, various numbers more further out versus just maybe a week out or a month out. It would be ideal if we could forecast and get that forecast as tight as we can, so that when actuals come in, our variance between that is minimal.
Right. May I ask something to the executive director?
Of course.
Mr. Bartlett, were you expecting this type of situation to arise?
Like this economic situation?
Well, I mean, just with the district having to, every day, that seems unsustainable to me. I mean, I just
Right.
don't.
I mean, it is kind of all embodied in moving stuff rapidly, right? Making a difference rapidly in what we do in our construction, and trying to make a big difference before we're done.
Right.
And moving things like this. And so I think a lot of the conversation will develop as we start looking at our budget for next year. And how do we set up a budget that has a little more flexibility in it for these rapid turnarounds. Right now, I just applaud staff for managing it the way they are, which is keeping us going. The last thing I want to do is slow down.
Right, well, that's great, and I earlier noticed the chair, offering if there was anything we could do to make things easier, and I thought that was a generous thing for him to say, and I'm sure that we all mean it.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
thank you,
Yeah,
and
we
thank
are,
you, staff.
Yeah, we are approving new positions. I mean, obviously, administrative services needs new positions, but they're not the only part of the organization that does. And so we are rolling out new positions to make sure that people can continue the success that we're trying to create.
Yes.
Did you have a comment?
I have a question.
Sure. I was just gonna say too, Jackie, that there's two factors here. So Lucy and team is being much more active in terms of investments to capture that yield between the cash account and the money market account, because it's about 4% difference, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Which then requires them to look at this on a daily basis, because they have to
Yes.
sweep that money back, right? You have to sweep it into the operating account as you need, or into the cash account as you need it.
Well, what we do is we just, because of our forecast, we know what we need and we know what we have. We know what's coming down the pike. So if necessary, if we need to liquidate, I do that I need to know by 11 a.m. That's
Yeah.
why we push out the daily cash by 10:30. So then we know, do we need 5 million? Do we need 10 million? And then we don't want to pull too much.
And the reason is that we're doing this is the extra 300,000 plus on the monthly basis. So you have to be, so we're taking advantage, this situation, this scenario is not going to last. So
No.
we're taking advantage of it while we can.
Yes.
At the same time, we have many more bills and higher amounts of bills coming in because of projects. So there's those
Yes.
two factors.
Yeah.
But on the operating account, do you have a threshold? I forget, I should know this, but do you have a threshold at which you don't want it to drop below?
We previously, and I've discussed this before, in the past, we've always had our magic percentage at 10 to 15%, but that's kind of an arbitrary percentage that we came up with at the time when
That's right.
it was just myself.
Yep.
So now that I have the assistant treasurer, we can do a lot more, and we can keep the funds a lot lower in the operating account and thus increase our interest earnings, because why wouldn't we?
Okay. All right, good, thanks.
So my analogy is I feel like I'm on a roller coaster ride with a really great safety system. We're getting more done than we ever have before, and that brings with it a certain amount of work and maybe a certain amount of risk. And at the same time, we have an economy like we haven't seen ever. I mean, when I was watching, to see the inversion that has happened in the bond market. So I feel like we're okay. I have just a question. If something were to happen and you needed more cash than you could access, I really don't know what the process is. What can you do without our involvement? Or what, for example, if it all came together very quickly and you needed to change you needed to sell some long-term investments, what kind of flexibility do you have and autonomy do you have, and at what point do you have to reach out to Chairman Steinle or what happens?
Well, we have the process, and we do have the autonomy to do that. We don't want to do that, which is why we're keeping on top of the cash forecast, and I have enough in the money markets to fund. And as Candy was saying earlier in her presentation, we're trying to work with DEP to turn around those funds, because we front those funds for these construction projects. So if they can get the funds back to us faster, that's just allowing us just to keep on that cash forecast and not have to sell bonds, not have to liquidate from the money markets. But the money markets there's no loss there. That's what they're there for. That's what they're there for, to plug in any gap, should there be one. And so, yeah, I mean, we could sell bonds. We are hold to maturity. But the main reason we wouldn't want to is because we wouldn't want to take a loss. Now, having said that, I have had discussions with my brokers recently, just thinking ahead. When rates go down, and they will, I mentioned 2024 because that's when everyone anticipates. But after a few conversations, the potential for them to start decreasing at the end of this year in 2023, we don't know yet. Once that happens, I have about 68 bonds on the books. That's a lot to manage. And a lot of them are very old and they're smaller pieces. So the idea is these older bonds would be at higher rates, and it would be to consolidate them and sell them at a significant gain in a downward trending yield market. And then we would get a large influx of cash. So that is something that we could do also.
The older bonds that you're talking about should be at a lower rate, right?
Well, older, very older, they're higher, but the ones that I've purchased between that March 2020 and March 2022, those are the older rate bonds. Like the mortgages, those are older. We've got some older mortgages that are higher, so higher coupons.
Right, right.
Higher coupons, so those are the ones that once rates start going down, their price is going to go up.
Yep, but you're talking about a different investment strategy where you'd be selling something that we typically hold to maturity for capital gains.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Okay. And also for consolidation and just to manage less bonds, because some of these bonds have $400,000 balance and I purchase in $10 million increments, but the mortgages pay down every month. So after a while, you're stuck with all these small pieces that really don't do anything for you. And it would, I'm going to have my brokers run when the time is right to run an analysis and see, they would cherry pick which would be the best bonds to sell and to earn a gain.
And would you then move to, once you get from 48 bonds to you wouldn't move to a bond fund, would you?
It really depends on where we are at the time, as far as expenditures, as far as projects, as far as what we needed. If
In
we
other
needed
words,
the-
you wouldn't go from individual bonds to a bond fund. I thought you liked having that laddering capability and sort of the flexibility on that.
Yes, we do. So,
Okay.
I mean, ideally, and as mentioned in my presentation, we would like to go into U.S. agency callable securities, because the way they operate is that, I could purchase a 3-month, 6-month, 12-year, 2-year front-end call protection, which that decreases your yield, but at least you're protected for a while. And it's also, it ladders out, so then when those bonds are called, you kind of ladder out your incoming funds from those bonds. So I would put them in U.S. agency securities.
Okay. As you learn more about that and before you make a decision, will you bring that to the board in terms of
Absolutely.
changing
Absolutely.
the hold to maturity?
Yes, and again, this is down the line when rates start going down, and I will have my brokers run these analytical reports just so we can see exactly what the gain would be.
Any other questions for Lucy? Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll call Mr. Behrens to present the 3 audit reports. We're going to take public comment and vote on the 3 audit reports after Mr. Behrens' 3rd audit presentation. First, he'll present the audit of the fleet maintenance and operations.
Okay, this first audit of fleet maintenance operations, the first slide here gives you a snapshot of the fleet inventory, broken down between on-road and off-road. The on-road mostly pickup trucks, but also some medium and heavy trucks. We have a lot of construction equipment, such as bulldozers, front-end loaders, et cetera. We also have a lot of marine equipment, such as airboats and trailers, and then also some tractors for mowing and so forth. This graph gives you a picture of our maintenance cost trend, and it shows it has been gradually trending up over time. The objective of this audit was to determine whether there was an adequate process in place to ensure that our fleet maintenance operations were performing effectively and efficiently. Overall, our results, we found that there is a process in place to ensure that the fleet maintenance is performing effectively and efficiently, that the vendor selections appear to be justified, such as purchasing parts. We also outsource certain items such as any bodywork repairs. Major overhauls are generally sent out to other vendors. We also found, although there was a process in place to ensure preventive maintenance was performed on the vehicles, there were no written policies or outlining the actual timeframes in which they should be completed. Nonetheless, we looked at how many were performed within a 40-day period. About 3/4 of them, 77%, were completed within the 40-day planned date, and about 23% were completed 41 days or more beyond the planned date. One important thing, though, the scope of the period of this audit, it includes the COVID pandemic, which created things like part shortages and stuff that were beyond the district's control. And also staff vacancies, which continues to be an issue with the labor shortage. And sometimes there were some issues with trying to get the people from other departments in the district to get their vehicle, to the shop to be serviced on time. A couple other minor administrative findings where there were instances where the work orders were incorrectly classified as an unplanned when it was actually a planned. And the technicians, they charged anywhere from 77 to 99% of their time to the work orders. Some that were non-work order related ranged from 1 to 23%. So we suggested they look at the 23% and see if that was justified on some of these. Probably the most significant finding was that the goal over, the long-term goal of the district has been to have 80% of your work orders to be planned and 20% to be unplanned for emergency repairs. The actual result is now running at 58% and 42% unplanned emergency repairs. Considering that in the last previous audit on the fleet utilization and replacement, over 20% of the district's fleet has actually passed its useful life based upon its mileage and age. This has to be a significant contributing cause of why we're not achieving this goal anymore. So we made 12 recommendations in the audit, and management concurred with all of those. And with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Any questions from the committee?
I just have one. Can you back up 2 slides? Right there. So 58% planned, 42% unplanned when we shoot for 20% unplanned. That difference, how does, actually it might be a question for Drew, how does that impact us in our ability to get our work done? Because it sounds to me like it's somebody tries to get, Mr. Mitnick tries to go somewhere and the vehicle leaves him on the side of the road or out in the middle of a field, or, and what is the bigger impact of that? Is it worth spending the money to, do we have the money to start looking at replacing the older vehicles? Is it worth that consideration?
It is, and let's talk about Mr. Mitnick's vehicle for one. I'm sure it's past its useful life, but he won't trade it in. And I appreciate that about him because it's fiscally conservative, and the way he treats it, somehow it keeps going. But anyway, for more seriously, yeah, no, and we did increase the budget last year to try to get more on top of this fleet maintenance, and I think more is necessary as well. So as we start to build our budget again for next year, we'll be looking at trying to get closer to the 80-20 goal. Until we start building it, I'm not sure if we'll get there or not. And I don't know, Rich or Tom, is there anything you want to add to that conversation? You can say no, or you can say yes.
So the only thing I would add to that is I know Drew's been giving us the money. Right now, as Tim alluded, the whole situation within the automotive and equipment industry, parts supplies, getting parts, and actually getting vehicles right now is extremely difficult. We would love to put a lot of this money towards the light and medium duty, which is causing a lot of the problems and is causing a lot of that 80-20 miss. But we can't even get the vehicles we want to get right now. So we have focused on boats, airboats, heavy equipment, but one piece of heavy equipment for $250,000 doesn't do the same as 10 vehicles at 25,000 or 30, something like that. So we're doing the best we can, but right now that's another factor that's out of our control as an agency. So we're doing what we can with that.
That makes sense. Thank you.
How's our budget, fleet budget today compared to pre-08? Has it caught back up?
So I
I can't particularly, I don't know what the number was in '08, but what I can say is that we have about $2 million of recurring funding, and Drew has added $3 million of one-time, so we have a $5 million budget. So it has grown. So for your '23 fiscal year, there's additional $3 million. '24, we have planned an additional $3 million, but as Drew said, you know, we still have to put a bow on the budget and balance and, you know, all those things that we have to do by July. But it has grown, it has increased, you know, it's doubled.
Yeah, well, that's great. No, I was asking about '08 because I know that's when most of the cuts, staffing and other cuts came. So I'm just wondering if we're back up to that, but, so
Yeah.
the additional funds to 5 million is a sort of per annum you look at, and that's an ad hoc decision.
Right, I mean, I was looking around for money in the budget and saying, can I put some money over there and how much can we put, right? So it was, for a year, it was after an audit on heavy equipment, right? And so we knew that, and obviously, Tom and his crew keeps very good track of the fleets, and so we knew there was a need there. And if we want to keep getting done what we want to get done, we got to take care of it. So it was in a budget adjustment that we made. And it was using savings, right?
Okay. If there aren't any other questions, we can move on to the audit of the governmental accounting standard statement implementation.
Okay, this audit is on the implementation of the GASB 87 statement. This is actually something that ultimately has to be signed off by our accounting firm, and they will be auditing this. This was kind of a pre-audit to make sure that we had everything in order before they completed theirs. The statement was issued in June 2017. The title of it is Leases. Originally, it was supposed to be effective for reporting periods that began after December 15th of 2019. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, they did give an extension to fiscal years that began after June 15th, 2021. So thus, for the district, that means the current year that's being audited now for that ended December 30th, 2022, is the applicable year for implementing this. What this GASB does, it establishes significant changes for the method for accounting and the financial reporting for leases where you're both either the lessee or the lessor. It covers both sides. And the district has a significant number of leases on both sides. The definition of a lease in GASB 87 is a contract that conveys a control of the right to use another entity's non-financial asset, that is the underlying asset, in a specified manner in the contract for a period of time in exchange or exchange-like transaction. So the agreement doesn't even necessarily have to have the word lease in it or be labeled as a lease. If you're paying somebody to use their asset, it's considered a lease. It doesn't apply, however, to intangible assets, biological assets, or service concession arrangements. There's also some provisions, some exclusions, such as a short-term lease of 12 months or less are excluded. If there's a unilateral cancellation provision, or if it's a zero nominal dollar lease, of which the district has, such as for a government, where we have a lease for them to operate a park on our property or something of that nature. So the statement requires that the lessee to treat a lease as a liability and the lessor to treat it as an asset, and vice versa. The lease liability is measured as the present value of the payments that are expected to be made during the lease term. However, because it recognizes in accounting, we have what we call a double entry, where for every debit, there's got to be a credit. It recognizes that there's a value to the right to use that asset. And the right to use that asset is booked as an offsetting asset on the books. There's a number of factors that are considered in measuring the present value of the leases, and I will spare you the details on those because it gets quite complicated. So the audit objective was to assess whether the requirements of GASB 87, whether the district had it adequately addressed those to ensure that our leases, as defined by GASB 87, are fairly stated in the district's financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. Our findings was that we did have a good process for developing and reviewing the district contracts and agreements, and it was sufficiently designed to capture the relevant data from the district agreements to ensure that reasonable assurance of complying with the provisions of GASB 87. All the essential data agreement elements were captured on an Excel spreadsheet that was developed by the accounting staff. And when I'm talking about Excel spreadsheet, this is a massive spreadsheet they developed. As a matter of fact, it takes about 100 ledger-sized pages to print this spreadsheet out. We found that the methodology also used to establish the discount rate appeared to be reasonable and appropriately reflected the criteria that was contained in GASB 87. And the report did not contain any audit recommendations because we found everything was appropriately done. With that, I'll take any questions you have.
Committee have any questions? Okay. We can move on to the construction change order.
Okay, this is the a review. It covered the period March 19th, 2022 through September 30th, 2022. And this was assessed whether the change orders that were negotiated during that period were negotiated in accordance with the contract terms and conditions. Also verified the cumulative change order amounts as a percentage of the original contract term, compare the change order percentages to industry benchmarks. And we also included, as we were requested, to identify all the construction change orders that the governing board had authorized. So the scope, there were 32 change orders during this period that were executed, totaling about $105 million. We examined documentation for 27 of those 32, and then identified all of the governing board construction change orders, resolutions that were approved during the 3 fiscal years from 2020 through 2022. We found that all 27 of the change orders that we examined were accurately input into eBuilder and authorized appropriately and accurately calculated. The current change order percentage for the period was at 8% when all the contracts were considered, and 3% when 2 major outline contracts were removed. Percentage for the industry standard ranges from about 8 to 14%. So even when excluding, including the outliers, who are still within that range. The governing board resolution review, what we did was we pulled all the agendas and minutes for the 3 fiscal years. That would be 36 meetings from fiscal year 2020 through 22. And this covers the period since we did the initial audit of construction change orders that was issued in November 10th, 2021. And during this period, the governing board approved 7 resolutions for construction change orders totaling $113.7 million. However, almost $110 million of this was for 2 large change orders. I have a table here on this slide that shows the 7 resolutions, the meeting dates, the resolution number, the board approved amount, and then also the amount that has been executed against those approvals since then. The 2 at the bottom there that are in the light brown highlighted area, those are the 2 major change orders. Obviously the C-43, the $25 million one, and also the C-640 canal grader filler. Those represent 97% of all the change orders. The executed change orders have totaled 105.6 million against the 113.7 million that the board has authorized. And with that, I'll take any questions or comments.
I guess we'll go to public. Do we do public first?
We'll take public comment first. Can I ask a question
Oh, sure.
about this one? So I'm interested in the two outliers because I want to know what that could be that would take us from 8% to 3%. So did you give us here what the two outliers were and why you pulled them?
Yeah, can you pull back up?
Was the last two in the?
Yes, it's these two right here, these bottom two. Whoops.
So what makes the second one an outlier? I don't see it.
It's the
Like an
C640 canal grader, where they had to do a major change in the specifications on that.
Yeah, so
And-
that change order, most change orders are due to like change conditions or a design change or something like that. That particular change order was to add a huge construction element to the contract.
Got it.
And we were building the A2 STA, and we started the reservoir feature on the canal in between. And so in order to do that, to line up with the course construction, we did a change order to build that canal with all the granite getting shipped from Georgia and put
Got
in
it.
there. Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
But am I wrong to assume that when you define an outlier, it's defined by the dollar amount, not the type of change?
Yeah, it's the dollar amount. So if you take these two major ones out, it reduces
It's the
the
dollar amount.
percentage significantly.
dollar
Yes,
amount.
we go by dollar amount.
Okay. Molly, any public comment on the three audit reports?
There are none, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, comments from the committee? Tim, thank you for including these outliers. We've talked about this a couple times. I think when we audit these things, they should always include the outliers. I mean, we always want to be at the low end of peers' change orders. I think we still are. We want to keep doing whatever we can to drive it lower than that, but I think it's only honest to include all of the change orders, so this is helpful. Thank you. So can I ask for a motion to approve the three audits, please?
I move to approve.
I'll second it.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Ms. Thorough-Lippisch?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Molly, any other public comment?
There's no other public comment, and Mr. Chairman, for the record, there was no public comment on item number 3.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I did not ask you. Okay, perfect. Well, the next Audit and Finance Committee meets on the 9th of June here in West Palm, and we can adjourn this meeting.